I'm seeing these beautiful sunsets out there, and I thought, wow, if I could just piece up a beautiful tropical sunset, and that's what I did. I just used some strip piecing and I pieced it together. I used my circle cutter here on the island.
Where do you begin with pixel quilts? I know it's daunting. I know they look terrifying. They're actually not. You can break them down into 8x8 blocks, well, 8x8 pixel blocks.
Today, I want to go into how to straighten and square panels. I love to quilt with panels. They're like an instantaneous gratification. You can do a quilt in a weekend with panels. The challenge that can come with panels is that sometimes they're wonky. They either don't hang straight or the print is not straight.
If you have ever been using Quilter's Creative Touch and just gotten entangled in a jungle of trim lines, today I'm going to show you how to get out of that mess of breaks in this Survivor's Guide to Optimizing.
We're going to be talking about scrappy binding and bias binding. I make a lot of improv pieces like this. Often my work has curvy edges, so I need that bias binding, and I like to use everything I have.
Is there anything you wouldn't do for your fur babies? Well, in my case, probably not. I have been making frisbees for my dogs on my domestic sewing machine for years, and the dogs absolutely love the frisbees.
Around the island, I found a bunch of tiny little squares. I decided to sew them into strips like this. So, Jennifer, if you want to sew these strips for me, I would love that.
Welcome, Summer Camp 2023 Survival Island. We are excited to have you all here with us, quilters. And by the way, some competitors. How's everybody doing? I hear a lot of silence over here. Is everybody okay?
A little nervous, Bob.
A little nervous. Okay, how about over here? We have some nervousness on this side. And I'm not sure, is Jarek on this? Do we have Jarek here yet on? I'm not seeing him.
Right here.
Oh,
you didn't
whoa.
see me?
No, you were blending into the natural flora that we have around us. So that's pretty good. Okay, he's ready. It sounds like he's ready. Over here, how do we have?
Oh,
everybody okay?
We
Pumped
are
up?
ready.
We are going to be introducing them a little bit more in specifics coming up. But thank you for joining us. And as we do, we would ask for you to reach out to others to come and experience this amazing Survival Island experience with Grace Company here at our summer camp. We want to start off by welcoming everybody. We see a lot of names coming up on the board. Welcome, thank you. As you join us, please make sure to share with us where you're coming from. We have Lori from Montana. We've got Jerry Newbold, welcome from Washington. And we will have many others as we come in. We're excited to see where you're joining us from. We have a Jan, Colorado. Western Colorado. Hope everything's out there good with tornadoes and everything. Empowered Bible Study. Welcome. Thank you for being with us from Oregon. We've got Kathy coming in from Massachusetts. Welcome. Thanks for being with us today. Barbara from Kentucky. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Again, I'm going to let us continue to introduce and show a lot of people as they continue to join. Thank you for being here. We have an amazing, challenging Survival Island experience for you to join with us. Not only are you going to see some awesome and some amazing competition and some challenges, but you will have and you can be inspired by the many wonderful information and the different sessions that we're going to be able to show you, that we have videos to help you understand and help you be inspired with your quilting experience as you continue to move forward through potentially the heat of the summer. Boy, I'm not sure. It's looking like you were maybe under a net a little too long over here.
If you say 10 to 12 hours is a little too long, then I guess so.
Probably so. We're going to continue with this, but it's looking like it might have been a little bit rough. But as you join us, thank you. Again, let us know where you're coming from. We're excited to have you. Make sure to be prepared to comment and to share your yahoos for the teams that we think maybe hopefully will be taking home and not eliminated from the island. With that, we want to go ahead, and as we have people continue to join us, again, put in the comments, because we're going to be asking for your input to help. We're going to be doing some voting, and we also have some great giveaways, as we always do with those people who participate with us live and those who have pre-registered. What we'd like to do is go to the website and talk a little bit about the website and talk about a few things we'll do here in just a minute about just always being cautious as you're online and joining us live. But let's go ahead and quickly pull up the website as we have more people joining us. Again, welcome for around the globe as you continue to join us. We're wanting to just introduce you again to the site so that if you are new and you're streaming from YouTube or you're streaming from the Facebook platform, know that you can register for the additional exclusive content and links to all of these post events so that you can refer and watch this experience anytime you might get a little bit bored, or anytime you're looking for some great entertainment, because that is what we're going to be about today here for you. But on the website, this is the events page. This can be found from Grace Frame. Up under events, we'll link you to the Summer Camp 2023 Survival Island experience and the event. And as you can see, there's a lot of things that go on here. You've got a little bit that talk about the different savings that we have. You can see that there's the entire schedule for not only today, but tomorrow. So we're going to be doing this today and tomorrow, referring a friend. We would love for you to invite anybody else who you'd love to share such wonderful insights with. There's going to be some amazing learning and teaching to be had here. We also have Watch Quilt Camp, the Quilt Camp. Again, this is for post, I think, so we can have that for last year as well. We have the content available from 2022. And let's just scroll down just a little bit here. And you're going to see that there's our part of our opening that we have. Here is where you can see that this is the event schedule. So if you're wondering what is coming up, we can click on that to find out what is happening in the event, what's coming up next, what you can look forward to, and we will link the content here post that event as well. So this is a great place to come. Again, you can go to graceframe.com. Up on the top, there is a large survival banner that comes up at the top, and or you can click on events to come here to this events page. So again, if you're joining us from the Facebook group or the YouTube, we're glad that you're there joining, but know that you can come here to gain and have direct access to all of this during the event, during the wonderful Survival Island, and post that. Now let's kind of come back to our teams here, and I'm going to do some introductions. But before we do this, again, remember, if you're joining us, let us know, say hello to us in the chat, let us know where you're coming from. But just be aware that we do have Grace Company employees that will be responding to questions if you have them. If you want to share comments, please do that with questions as well. But know that it will come from Grace Company, so we're not going to ask you to go off of site or to go somewhere else. And as the time comes along, and just so you guys know, as we get more into a technical world, people are pretty devious in how they're trying to get you to do things. So we're not going to be asking for you to click on or to do other things that are outside of our event platform. And again, based on the responses that we currently have that we're streaming live with you now. So I just want to throw that precautionary piece out there. Again, it looks like we continue to have more and more join us live. As you do, it might be a lunchtime. I'm guessing this group is kind of a little bit hungry, a little bit tired. It's been a long time. It's looking a little bit dirty. But let's go ahead and introduce who we have on Survival Island. First, we have on my left side, I believe your right side, we have is Italy is the team group. And we're going to start by introducing on the far left-hand side, we have LJ. LJ, tell me a little bit. It looks like you're holding up okay. Melinda, we'll introduce here. It looks like there's been some difficulty on there, but tell me a little bit, LJ, how are you feeling?
You know, feeling pretty good. I will admit, I did fall a little bit into some mud.
She may have been pushed.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So there's been some competition. And we have Melinda. Melinda, it's looking like
I think I've been pushed as well. I'm not going to name any names, but I think it's some other people on the other side of the island over there. We're just ready. We're pumped. We're going to crush it today and get our retaliation, and they're going down.
Nice. Oh, there we go. There's some competition. And Anthony, we talked about, looks like you were out in the sun a little bit too long, caught under a net, it seemed like there for a period of time. How are things going here on Survival Island?
Things are going pretty good. So far, I haven't suffered the same treatment as them, but I'm watching them.
You know what? You were stuck under that net for a while. I don't think it was a coincidence. Maybe it was sabotage.
Maybe it was.
Maybe some sabotage. Oh, I'm seeing over here there's some snickering going on. Okay, well, that is our Italy team. On the right, we have our Ebelray team. What is this? These might be hints for things later on as this event moves along. But we have Ebelray, which consists of, over here on the far side, Julie. Tell us a little bit, Julie. It looks like things are there, but how are things going?
Yes, thank you, Alex. I've broken a couple nails, and my hair's flat, and someone over there punched me in the face.
Not sure if we said that was allowed, but I didn't see it, so I don't know if I can say something happened or not happened. All right, Julia, okay, that's all right. We're going to give you a chance to compete here. We're going to give you a chance to kind of get back your win on this and you're behind. All right, then we have Allegra.
Hi, I lost my sunscreen, lost a battle with the sun, but I'm here to win. I'm not losing this battle, and I'm not going to self-incriminate me, but I may have been the one to push a couple people over.
Maybe. I thought maybe that was you were walking through and it was obstructing the air. I don't know. Okay, there we go.
I was just on my way and they were there.
And again, now I think there's one other person in the team, Jarek. Oh, there we are. Now, Jarek, you're looking a little bit different than others here. Tell me, it's hard to see you sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to see me. I like to stay hidden. I'm really good at setting up traps that people don't see coming, and sometimes they think they fell over, but it was me, and I'm just really good at being disguised as a bush. So,
being disguised as a bush. Now, Jarek, I heard that it looks like you've been here a little bit of time too.
Yeah, I've lived here for about 10 years, so I think I'm gonna do good. I know this place.
Okay, going to do good, know this place. That is a little bit of an advantage, and I would say a disadvantage to our group over here on the Italy team. So this could be a little bit hard. You can see that we have a couple frames in front of us. We're going to be getting into our contest in just a minute, but I did want to reach back out really quick to everybody who is joining us again, welcoming all new viewers. If you're here, I would love you to check on your chat box. Tell us where you're coming from and where you're viewing from. Maybe you can throw out to us, hey, have you had a chance, and did anybody see Summer Camp 2022 would be my question. If so, we would love to hear that. And if not, we're going to have an amazing 2 days here on Survival Island looking to understand who does not get cast off. So who will be the winner of Survival Island? Well, we're going to start with part of our first competition, but understand that we've got a lot of wonderful things on the schedule today. Outside of the competitions, we have great inspiration, and you're going to see things from our ambassadors, from some of our professional quilters here in-house, from our education team, and many others. And again, those will be available for you to view at any time as well after these events expire and happen. So again, thank you very much. So let's go ahead and introduce the first competition. And I want both teams to be thinking about this and decide what this is. Now, there might be no scrimmaging and pushing and kicking necessarily, because we have to do this with some safety so that the needle does not pierce your fingers as we're doing this, okay? Now, we are going to be doing this on the 16 Elite machines. And by the way, they are on sale at amazing prices. We'll come back to some of those in just a little bit here, but this is the competition. So listen here. Using the machine and the frame in front of you, the cuties are the frame that they're on. So this is our current cutie frame along with the 16X Elite machines. Both teams, you will choose somebody who will draw a pattern out on a sheet of paper. Now, with that drawing, there is a requirement of what you will need to have on there. You will need to have a swirl, you will need to have a wave, and you will need to have sun rays. So that is what we'll be drawing. Now, those who are watching, if anybody's ever heard of tracing or doing a pantograph with a laser, that is what we're going to do. So the first thing is somebody to draw the pattern that the second teammate in which you will select will then walk up to the front of the machine, and we will put that pattern down next to on the fabric here. We will turn on the laser, and then they will use the laser again to trace that pattern. The team that does this the slowest will have to vote off a member. Okay, so this is what this is. This is a speed and an accuracy test. And so what I'd like to do is ask the person who's preparing to draw. Let's go ahead and get that up so we can kind of look at what we're going to be doing. Maybe if you're okay, let's go ahead and have you turn it so we can see, and maybe the audience can take a look at this as well as we do so. And we're going to give you just about a 30-second blip here to go ahead and draw, at which time we will then choose the person who will then sew this out with a laser and pantograph style. On your mark, get set, go. Okay. Now again, as they're doing this, remember, part of this process, you can do this at home as well. A lot of people have not done a lot or have drawn, oh, there we go, we've got that done. Okay, there we go, it's moving to the front. Remember, this is time. The slowest team will have to cast off a member. Looks like it's on, checking, getting it, looking at, make sure the machines are good. Here we go, next person's going. There is a laser, let's see. Laser is on. We've got the laser happening with Team Elbow Ray right now. Team Elbow Ray is going. There we go. Now these machines are stitch regulated, and I know it's getting a little bit loud in here because it's crazy. So we're using the Elite machine that is fully stitch regulated. Whoa, whoa, okay. Oh, there we go. Still going. Still, she's just going. I do not know what is going on here. Okay, finish the design. Oh, I do see. That is what it was. In addition to, okay, I'm just going to quickly check this. We're going to quickly show. I'm not sure if we can kind of get a close up. Let's just take a look here. This is what we ended up with Team Elbow Ray here. All right, and what we're going to do is we're going to put this down because the goal was some accuracy and time. This is what we ended up with on the quilts down here on the bottom. There we are. And we can see that's pretty good with what we've done. And again, what they did is they used the laser in order to trace that pattern, in order to mimic that. Looking good. Now remember, you're going to want to stay with us because as we continue to go through this, we will find out who gets voted off. We will know that Italy team is the team now that will have to vote somebody off. And by the way, yours does have more rays. So let's go ahead and take here, Italy, let's go ahead and do a close-up if we can. I don't know if down here's better for you. Let me kind of show you. So let's see what this is. This wave swirls. Love what that is. Slow is slow. Here is that pattern. I'm not sure if we can do a close-up on that pattern. There you go. So I think that turned out really, really good. That's a cute one.
Tammy agrees.
Tammy, there we go. That is pretty close. Way to go, Tammy. Remember that your comments are welcome. We would love to hear from you as we go ahead and do this. But there we go. So that is part of this first competition that we're going to do. Let me kind of go. LJ, how are you feeling about that drawing process?
Pretty good. I will admit I was getting a little sweaty there. I had to wipe my hands off, but I think we did pretty good. I think we met the challenge fully.
Okay, so you're saying, I'm guessing accuracy tells the tale. All right. Melinda, how'd you feel about that experience?
Quality over quantity. The design, the proof is there. It's in the design. I nailed it.
All right, I wish the clock said the same thing. But moving on.
You can't even tell what that is.
Moving over. Julie, how was that with the drawing?
Well, Pat, so it's all interpretation, right? So it's all there, and we had the speed down. All that running from those Jaguars, he's fast.
He is fast.
This is also a quilting island, so I'm very familiar with quilting machines and handling them and taming their speed. It's really important if you're going to survive well on this island.
So, like taming animals, you have tamed and mastered the quilting system.
Yes, and with this competition specifically, it was about the speed of the animal/quilting machine here. So I really think that I was able to perform that.
All right, maybe some of you can comment on that. Let us know your thoughts as we're doing this. Allie, how are you with what that was on the setup?
I'm feeling great. They're talking about accuracy, but that's not what the competition's about this time, guys. Come on.
Had to do waves, sun, and rays. There we go. We can tell. Intense competition. Intense competition. Okay. All right. Hang on with us here because we're going to move into this next phase. Again, remember to stay with us because we have some great information coming up and some great videos to learn and to see. And let me just talk first because one of the great things that we've also been doing, and we started this about a year and a half ago, is the HBQ or the home-based quilter. For those that don't know, this is for anyone in the industry. Doesn't matter where you are at in your quilting experience. If you've never quilted at all, if you've never pieced, if you have somebody else's machine, we love all of you as quilters and we would engage and encourage you to come join us. If you go to graceframe.com, again, one of our banners on the top and just below, we talk about the home-based quilter experience and the stories. We have a wonderful place for you to go ahead and to take a look at so that you can read other people's stories. In fact, we're excited to announce that at this event, we also are launching what we're calling a yearbook, which gives you a chance to not only see and read all of the stories that are being submitted, but you can present and share comments and upload your stories as well. So we want to encourage you to go through and do that. I'm going to go ahead and read a story actually that we pulled from this and just kind of share with you a little bit on about this community. And we have been very excited to have engaged with this community. So this first one is from Trent from Hooper, Utah. He says, quilting is important to me because it brings solace and balance in my day. I want to think about that. I know Karla, if she was here, she would say absolutely. Again, quilting is important to me because it brings solace and balance in my day. I tell people that piecing and quilting is cheaper than therapy. In many ways, it's more therapeutic, it's healing, and when I make mistakes, it keeps me humble and the swear jar full. Quilting is also important to me because I get to see the joy in the faces of the recipients. He says, I fell in love with quilting. Scratch that. I grew in love. It was when my wife and I received a first piece quilt and I said to myself, I could do this. My love continued to grow when I started my first on-purpose quilt. It was a long cabin block pattern. I guess I could say it was when I was able to look past the mechanics of all and saw the immense potential in the different patterns I could create using the same block. Just by turning the blocks this way or that, I was very humble. Then I realized the creative potential I had within myself. It was 1993, and my wife and I made a blanket that was, and by the way, that's in quotes, blanket that was 45 square, WOF, and we tied it. It is hideously fun and we loved it. The quilt that started it all was the one that we received from my mother-in-law. My mother, Roxy Bloom, taught me how to make blankets. My mother-in-law, Diane Wilmsen, taught me how to quilt. I quilt because I get satisfaction in completing a quilt and I receive joy when I give it away. So I want to go ahead and share with you and just let you know that that is one of the experiences you can see amongst many, many others. We also have a community with right around 12,000 plus that we have on the Facebook site, and we have many, many more stories that are now available for everybody to view and see on the Home-Based Quilters site here linked to Grace Company. All right, so what we have is a couple of things before we continue to conclude as we move along here. One is we do have the pre-registered giveaways. So anybody know? So we have a Q-Zone hoop frame, is a fantastic frame. I'm going to put Anthony on the spot. Maybe tell us a little bit about that Q-Zone hoop frame.
So I love the Q-Zone hoop frame. I think it's just like a nice compact frame if you're wanting something a little bit bigger than the cutie. And I like that I can do any size quilt on there. I can do a baby quilt or a king size quilt anytime I want. I don't need to have a huge frame taking up all my space.
Wonderful. And those of you that might not know, all of the hoop frames can be used with your own home domestic machines. You can place, like we are just seeing in front of us, these 16 series machines on them, and we can also use up to 19-inch machines. And the machines that we just used, these are the 16 Elites that are also on sale, and you can get those comboed with that Q-Zone hoop frame. But right now, let's go ahead and choose the winner of that Q-Zone hoop frame. And again, this is from the pre-registration. So let's do a little bit of a drum roll here as we got it going. And the winner of the Q-Zone hoop frame is Barbara Diss. Barbara Diss. So Barbara Diss, we will be reaching out to you. So congratulations on winning the Q-Zone hoop frame. We're excited again. Just so you know, people ask me often, when I have this, what else is required? Actually, nothing else is required. The frame can be used as it is with the machine that you have at home. And Anthony, as you mentioned, you can quilt actually any size quilt. So congratulations, Barbara, on that. We have another giveaway we'd like to go ahead and talk about. This one was a kind of a combo of some things from the True Cut items. We have a travel kit, a free motion starter kit, and some finesse threads. So let's quickly come over to maybe Allie and share with us a little bit about that True Cut kit, the free motion kit, and then some threads.
Oh man, that True Cut travel kit is my favorite. I have one at home. I love it. I show everybody I can about it. I think it's amazing. The free motion starter kit is also a great starter kit to get into free motion quilting. If you're a little nervous, that's the perfect kit to help you get in, feel a little bit less nervous. It's amazing.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Then, as you might know, if you have not been to Grace Frame's website, we also have threads specifically created for quilting those baby quilts to the large size with cones. They're amazing. And so again, you'll get a chance. We're giving away a pack of what those are. And we also have what we call our free motion starter kit, which is a full packet that has a printed top. It has the back, the batting, threads, and it's an educational experience that allows and teaches you a little bit more about free motion. So that is what is in this next kit that we're giving away. And let's go ahead and be prepared to give this away. And the winner is of our Refer a Friend giveaway is Linda Boyd. Congratulations, Linda. And Linda, we will be reaching out to you in order to help get this sent your way. The same thing with Barbara, we'll be reaching out to you. So thank you for your pre-registration. I want to again let you know that you can go and still register. If you're visiting and joining us from the YouTube or the Facebook platform, understand that when you register, you'll not only be added for your chance to win some of these things, and if you're joining us live from those, you're going to have a chance to comment because we'll do a few extra giveaways as well. But you'll also have access to all of this exclusive content. We do stream this live to YouTube and Facebook, but we actually have the downloadables and the patterns and the videos also posted not only here, but as we will talk about here shortly on the Etched platform, which we did talk about briefly on that Etched platform. We're really excited to talk about and show that off a little bit. So in fact, I don't think we talked about the Etched platform now. So let's go ahead and bring that up. Let's go ahead and do this. And then again, group that we've got here, I'm going to give you a chance to say a few other things here in just a minute because we're going to be moving into some of our next video series. But I'm curious for you to give one more shout out to the audience about what you're thinking this might mean on why you should be the winner. So this is our Etched platform. This can be found again by going to graceframe.com. We do have a banner and up under resources. But when you come here, if you scroll down through this is Grace Company's new location where we have all of our content. Any of the content that we've had in the past, a lot of the new content that we have as we're coming up to this. And then we have all of the videos, both inspirational, educational, and some fun things. And let me just read you a little blip about what you can find and expect to see when you come here and join on the Etched platform. And it is no cost, it is free to you. So let me kind of share a few things with you as you're looking at this. As you're kind of looking at this, boy, isn't that amazing. We have project-based education, captivating videos that walk through creating something special and providing you step-by-step instructions on how to do so. We have skill builder education. That helps you elevate your skills in diverse ranges and it allows you to see those videos in order to improve your skills like ruler work and pantographs, providing you guidance that you might need to help with learning and becoming a little bit more of an expert on some categories. We have product guides. One of the main questions we get asked too is tell me a little bit more about why or how that machine would help me quilt. We have what we call edutainment, educational entertainment experiences that blend education and entertainment, featuring a delightful array of interviews. We have quilt shows and other engaging content. And at the end, we also will have a lot of the things that have to do and we've experienced in our events. So that is the platform, again, free of charge. If you have not registered, we would highly recommend that you go there in order to register for that experience. Now, we're getting ready for a couple videos. So really quick, LG, I'm gonna have you grab that quilt behind me if you wouldn't mind. And we're gonna introduce these, but I wanted to, as LG is grabbing that, okay, Julie, Allegro, and Jarek. Tell me a little bit about this team because you did win that challenge, a little bit about what that's going to mean as you guys move forward and what your strategy might be for not getting cast off.
Well, Chuck, so a lot of people don't know that I'm 115 years old. I know I look really good.
You look amazing.
So I think that we've got age on our side and, you know, and then we've got this, I don't know. But I think that we can win. I think we can.
I'm liking it. Love that encouragement. Look fantastic for under 15.
All I know is I am super competitive, and it is in my bones to beat my best friend and my cousin over there. So just know you two,
Okay, there we go. That's the gauntlet being thrown down there, or I should say the tiki torch. All right.
Man-made things may be powerful, but wild wins. And I know the wild, and I've tamed the quilting machine, so I think that my team is advantaged because of that.
Okay, all right. Intense, intense. All right, moving back over. Someone's going to have to be cast off. There's going to be a decision to be made. How are you feeling about this?
I still think maybe this is rigged because, I mean, technically we met the thing. I know they had speed, but we met it, so I think it's rigged. But I'm still feeling good, still feeling like, you know, even with this at the end, one of us is going to be the ultimate winner. So that's really where it counts.
Okay.
I'm personally going to say I don't feel ready to go home. Halfway because I want to compete, halfway because I don't think I'll be able to find my way out. But I feel like it's my time to stay and win and prove them wrong. We are the best.
I think there should be a new vote. We had all the requirements. We had the sun rays, we had the swirls, we had the wave. I don't see any sun rays in their pattern. So had they put the sun rays, would they still have beat the time? Probably not.
Good question. Maybe we will need to have the judges take a look at that, and we will be able to come back as we do this. As we get ready to move into the next section, again, as you come in, we would love to make sure that you can comment and share your thoughts and your ideas. I wanted to kind of come over here to this quilt on the left because you're going to see some amazing things. This project looks fantastic and phenomenal. I saw this morning as Karla kind of wrapped part of this up. We have several things coming up. So this is Karla's Off the Grid. And it's gorgeous. And you can see actually it kind of goes down from the sea to the sun. And so this is one of the projects that she's going to talk about, and you're going to be able to see that here as one of the segments coming up. Thank you very much. We have another one, Devinda Bushrod. We're going to be doing Pixel Quilt How To. We also have from Becky Thompson, squaring panels and quilt blocks. We also have Amanda, one of our Grace educators, doing timing and trimming, the tying and trimming line jungle is what she's calling it. So we're really excited to do all those. So stay with us. Again, if you haven't gone to the Grace Frame website, and if you haven't registered for the events.graceframe.com, this Survival Island, know that you will have access to all of these that you can watch at any time, along with the patterns, the downloadables, and an ability to use this and see this anytime you want if you go ahead and register. So I would encourage you to do so. With that, we're really excited. Stay with us because after these videos, we will come back and we will decide who gets cast off. So enjoy the videos as we move into these. And thank you very much for joining us, and stay with us because we have a lot more exciting things coming here shortly.
Hi everybody, welcome. Thanks for joining me. Man, I'm off the grid today, so don't tell anybody where I'm at. I just wanted to show you a few important things that I've been really thinking about. And you know what I think about? Quilting. And how can I make my quilting better? So, living off the grid, I want to tell you some things about how grid can help you in your design element. So let me jump in and talk to you about what we're going to work on today. And I'm seeing these beautiful sunsets out there, and I thought, wow, if I could just piece up a beautiful tropical sunset. And that's what I did. I just used some strip piecing and I pieced it together. I used my circle cutter here on the island to make my little sun, and I did the bottom part with just some pink, some orange reflection of the waves, and then the blue with the sky around me. It turned out really cute, but now I'm thinking about designs and what designs I could use to make this look just spectacular. It's a very simple little wall hanging, but I want to add a lot of design elements in there, and how do I make them proportioned and even? And I was thinking about it, and I thought, grids and crosshatches, and they give me parameters on how I can quilt. If you think about it, when you look at any art, you can start to understand where they want your eye to be drawn to, or what they want you to focus on. And if they don't want you to focus on something, they might put the same color in the background. So think of the design elements and the world around you. This project, I want the sun to be my focal point. Everything else is going to enhance it. So I'm going to use grid patterns to help me draw emphasis to the sun. And I'm going to show you how to break it up and use grid designs to enhance your quilt. When you think of grids, you probably think horizontal and vertical lines and they're all even, but no, that's not it. There are so many other styles of grids that can help you with your quilting, and we're going to learn about that today. So let me jump in and talk to you about the different styles and how you would use them. If you think of magazines that you're reading, they are in a format. And that's what I want you to think of your quilt as, kind of the format, and we're going to structure the words and the designs on it to look pleasing to the eye, so we're reading the quilt in the direction that you, as the quilter, want them to read. So let's talk about the different styles of grids that are out there and when and why you would use them. Let me just emphasize, okay, what grid patterns or grid layouts can do to help you with your designs. They can help you emphasize the elements that you want on your quilt, but also they can help you with scale and proportion. When you think about it, you can have larger grids or blocks in there, and you can have a larger design. You can make them smaller and more dense. So think about the aspects and how you would use a grid design to help you scale and make your proportions even and precise as you're quilting. Let me jump in and talk to you about the different styles of grids that are out there. There's one that is the most commonly used. It's a modular grid. It has lines going down and lines going across. So that's a modular grid, but you can add little spacing or little gaps in between, like I would say sashing, so that you can pull away the emphasis from it. So this would be more of a modular grid right here. It has the vertical and horizontal lines, and you can add more to it. Right now this has just the horizontal lines, so you would be reading or looking at your design elements, and they'd go across your quilt however you want them. If you added the vertical lines, then you can scale, and those vertical lines are what will help you keep those proportions nice and even as you're quilting. Now, you can use either the horizontal or the vertical lines, it doesn't matter. But say you wanted to add a little spacing in between each of these lines, and to add another design element, right there, when you're adding a little space in between them, that is called a gutter. And so it's just a little gap in between them. We're not going to call it a gutter, we'll call it a gap, okay? So that's another design element that can really draw your eye away or towards something. All right, let's talk about another design grid, and that is the hierarchical grid. And when you think of hierarchy, you're thinking of something that is above or more emphasis on that. And this is that you're drawing emphasis to this bigger space, and you want to emphasize what's in that area. So think about your quilt. I want to emphasize the sun because it's the biggest part of the quilt. So what designs or aspects, designs that I could put in here to draw attention to that? And how could I section them off? So that is that style of grid. So let's talk about the baseline grid, okay? That has both, again, horizontal and vertical lines, but it has spacing in between them. So right here would be a baseline grid, okay? You're just drawing emphasis and have wider gaps and spacing in between them. So you could have something up above, and then you're going across down below, and then you have an axle grid. An axle grid is kind of cool. It helps you with circles, or it helps you focus in on a certain point on your quilt. And then the last one is the radial grid, and this is kind of an axle grid right here. It's drawing diagonal and vertical lines and everything like that. So it's kind of a more edgier look, and it's kind of fun too. So think about your quilt. If I started doing this across, it might give me a little edgier look, but it might not look so well. But if I didn't have these horizontal piece look, it might look really good having this style of grid on a quilt that I was just emphasizing my quilting. That could look really cool, just on a plain piece of fabric. So think about your quilt and what you want to emphasize, or even if you don't want to emphasize something, you may want to not draw attention to it. You may want to make it a little smaller. So think of the positioning on that and those style of grids. And you can section them off, and they don't have to be even styles of grids, and you can use more than one style of grid on your quilt as you're quilting. So we're going to try some of these. Now this was really easy to sew up. All these were 4-inch by 21.5 inches long or wide, and I sewed them all together in a section. So this was my first section, all 4-inch by 21.5 inches wide this way. These blue pieces, okay, were 4.5 inches because I wanted it a little wider up here. Now you can do whatever you want with it. You can make them as wide as you want. You can make them as narrow as you want. Just add more colors. Have fun with this. Explore your options. All right, but these right here, from the blue on up, were 4.5 by 21.5. I sewed this section together as well. So I had my two sections. I cut out my sun. Okay, I had a top and a bottom, and I wrong sides together. I sewed around them. I did my little clippings and turned it right side out and put my hand inside there and smoothed it all out, ironed it all up, and then I decided how much of the sun I wanted showing. And I really liked most of it showing, okay, because it hasn't set all the way. And so I sewed these two together with the sun in between. And I'll just show you, and then I just cut it off. And that's really the simplicity of this design. So now I'm just going to use these and break these up. But I really don't know what I want to quilt, so I'm going to do some practicing first. So I'm going to put this away for right now until I decide what I want on it. We're going to have a lot of fun with these designs, and I want you to print off the little print off sheets that I have for you, the downloadables, and I want you to play. And I want you to start to really understand how being on the grid or using grids can help you with your quilting. And explore options, explore textures, explore design, and that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to show you a couple of things that I purchased and some ideas I've had that have really helped me learn how to proportion and scale using the grids. So number one, I printed off my little sunset, okay? And I just did the lines. I haven't put the sun in here because I really want to focus on the background first, and then I'll do one for my sun. I did the colored paper because what I'm going to do is I'm going to section it off using my ruler and then just practice my grids. Now I'm going to try one horizontal, one vertical. We're just going to play around and explore. And so I'm going to make maybe this top part a little bigger going across, and I'm probably going to do about 2 inches going across. Now, as you're quilting, you want to make sure that your size and scale is even. Now, I went across 2 inches, and you'll notice that on this side here, I did that intentionally so that I could show you need to work from the center out. So you need to find the center of your quilt and start measuring so your size and scale are proportioned. So find your center. You don't have to necessarily start on the center, but you really do need to make sure that your size and scale are accurate. Now, use your rulers appropriately. Notice that this one has an extra 1/2 inch. Okay, I don't want to use that 1/2 inch. It'll throw my measurements off. So I moved it up. I'm right here now on my inch mark, and I'm going to measure across. And so I'm just going to kind of find my center. I'm going to guesstimate right about there. And it'll help me from top to bottom. And using your ruler can really help you measure and make sure it's correct. Okay, so now I'm going to just erase this, and you'll notice that I have my lines on there because I'm using my eraser. But now I can use the center line and decide, okay, maybe I want it just 1 inch going out. So I'll start on this side and then turn my ruler around and go the other direction. Or maybe I want 1.5 inches. I think 1.5 inches might look a little better. All right, that wasn't even great measuring, but that's okay. I'm going to turn my ruler the other direction and do it the other way. Yeah, sometimes you have to turn your ruler the other. And one more. But at least it's going to be even from top to bottom. Okay, so there's my grid. I've broken it up into sections, okay? So my sides are a little smaller. So what do I want to do in this sky? For this first one, I'm going to just kind of see what wavy designs look like, going up and down, up and down. As I'm going up and down, I'm coming down and across, coming down and across, up, down, trying to look as smooth as possible. Okay, that's on that dark one, okay? So I'm keeping my proportion as even as possible. So on this next line, I'm gonna use my pencil here, okay? So now I want to do the same thing, okay? But up in here, I kind of want to I'll add a little swirl in there, but as I'm going down and around, I'm coming down and around, and now as I'm coming down and around, I want to come up in here and add a little swirl in here, come back out, and move across. I want to stop right there and move across, come up, add a little swirl, come across, and then I want to add another one right up in here, just to show some movement as I'm going across. Okay, now this next one, I'm going to just kind of come along, and I'll come and add some swirls up in there, but this one I'm going to come down and out, and then up and down, adding some movement, just kind of keeping going. And on this next one, what I want to do is just start making it a little more of movement. I want to come up this direction and add some. I want to come down here and start moving around like this, start adding some elements, but I'm trying to keep my swirls as proportioned as I can within the area and kind of come around. All right, so that's what I'm kind of doing. I may not like that. It looks more like ocean waves, not sky. And so I'll play around with it, but see what you want to do, I just may end up just doing some clouds and keeping them proportioned. Who knows? With some spirals, I really like spirals, so I want to use them, but I don't know what it's going to look like. But I'm going to keep practicing, and you'll see it when we have the camp, what I do with it. So I probably put the spirals down here, and I'll do my grids as well. I'll kind of come around and do the grids right here. I might want to do some pebbles on the sandy beach. I might even want to do a seashell. All right, so Bryant just gave me lots of inspiration, okay? So he looked up Van Gogh's Starry Night for the movement of the clouds and everything, because I wanted to add some swirls. So what we're going to do is, instead of gridding it down this way, I'm going to kind of grid it in the middle, just eyeball it, all right? And kind of make my own grid, because this is going to help me with my proportions. So I'm going to use 2 of these squares to kind of come up. I'm going to do a circle. So the bright yellow, we'll do some circles going up and down, and then we'll just do movement. And we won't want to go all the way in, we'll just want to come back and out and just keep going. And like that. And now as I'm coming back this way, I might want to put just a small one right here and keep going. So what I'm doing is just adding a little bit of scale and texture to it by adding the movement for the sky. And I'll keep practicing with that, but that's a lot of fun. So use just the lines now and not break it up quite so much, because then I'll have more movement. So you can't break something up too much using your grid, and it just won't help you like you need it. So really think about the design and the design elements and what style of grid will help you. Okay. So now that we've played around with this, I want to show you a couple of things that I purchased online to help you with grid designs that would probably enhance an applique or an element on your quilt. And I went on Amazon And I found a couple of things. These are just quick grids to help you rather than using your rulers. Now, when you're making a grid, find the ruler that works best for you. I found that the smaller ones work better because you can move them along. What's nice about these templates is that you can pull them down, move them across, and they give you your 60 and your 45 degrees, so you can make a diamond shape and a crosshatch shape. So we have a grid, a crosshatch, and a diamond shape we can work with. All right. So rather than using your ruler, I'm going to have some templates for you that you can practice different grid designs using them, the designs and everything. So print these off and start exploring. And I'll show you in just a minute what we can do with certain grids. All right, so I have my little ruler here that will help me as I'm quilting, but I'm not going to necessarily use it. Now, I went and purchased these. This here is a seam chalk. And it has the little dial in here that goes around and collects the chalk as I'm moving. So you'll notice that as I'm going up, you really see it. That's what I found was really, really good for marking my crosshatches, my grid design. Now, I purchased this one on Amazon, and it's okay. It's a little small, but it gave me my 60 degree, and I used my 60 degree to make my diamond shape right here, and I put my 60 degree marking right here along the edge, and that's how I started out. And that angled it enough that I was able to make my little diamond shape. With the 45, that's just a crosshatch. So it's just angling it slightly up. So a crosshatch is a square on point, okay? A diamond is more elongated, and the grid is just squares. All right, so use your grids and have fun with them. I suggest, and I'll put a link in there, that you really go and purchase these because they really did make it a lot faster. And you'll notice that on this one here, I really like this one too. It has every 1/2 inch slit so that you can do every other one and make it 1 inch or 1.5 inches, or you can keep going. So you can make different size grids by using the slits in the line. Notice it has one extra line I thought was pretty cool. It has a 30 degree. So you have the 45, the 60, and the 30 going both directions so you can turn and use it. It's not hard to use these. All right, so we're gonna use this one right here. And actually with this one, it came with 2. And make sure you're using. I found that this works well, this chalk pencil, and it's a water-soluble one, and it's very inexpensive. It's from Clover, so purchase one of those. But you have to have your sharpener available and ready when you're using these because it really goes fast as you're going down the line. So I haven't done the crosshatch yet, so let me show you how to do the crosshatch, okay? So with this crosshatch, we're going to start it out, and I'm going to angle. Actually, I kind of like this other grid better. I don't know, it doesn't split apart, but it'll do the job. So I'm just going to go up this line here all the way to the top. So I have both of my markings done from corner to corner for my crosshatch. That's all I'm doing, is just marking. And I found that if you come down towards you, it works much better. Now, it actually works better when I have a solid surface underneath, but I'm not going to worry about it. I just wanted to show you how to use it, how to mark. Have fun with this. This is a great way to enhance your quilt. So I'm not going to finish this one up. I just wanted to show you that coming down towards me, having this solid surface really does help. Okay. And then I would continue on with my crosshatch. And then I turn it the other way, and then I'd have hatches going this direction. So, but I already have my grid design and everything. So let's just play and practice and talk about different designs that you can use and make. So a grid and the diamond, I love this one here, okay? This one here is, you'll start out with a little square right here, okay? Then you're going to come up, and then you're going to come down just a little bit, and then you're going to come up and down, going all the way back and forth. It's really a fun one and really enhances your quilt. All right, so you could do that all the way across, or you could do one on point. So you could do a little block, and you can come up and down so it looks like a log cabin going this way. Keep going back and forth. Have fun with this and explore texture and design. So notice that this is one direction, then another, and I want to make sure that I'm trying to get my spacing as correct as possible. But also, when you're using the grid, if you use these sewing lines and you sew the grid into place, like it is a grid, to have your focus on the background. So I maybe would want to sew these lines, but maybe I don't. Maybe I want to do each one individual and make it one continuous line. So how would I do that going across using this pattern? I probably start out on this side, go back and forth, up and down as I'm quilting, okay? So that one would bring me along this line, which is my line for there, and then I'd come up and I'd start all over, okay? Back and forth, coming down all the way across as I'm quilting. And then I come along this line and I do the same thing. So practice your direction and the design elements that will help you as you're quilting. All right. And that's maybe not quite as even and accurate. Okay, let's do this instead of just a square look. Let's try it with a circle look and see what that looks like. So I want to start right here in this corner, make a circle, come out and come around. Make a circle, half circle, come around. And then I'm coming down, around, and then I just want to come back. And then for this design, coming back this way, on the circle, maybe I want to come start right here on this side and come back this direction, back and forth, if I don't want to sew the grid into place, okay? So think about the design elements and how would you quilt them continuous, and then maybe you want to stop at each one. Maybe that's the look that you want. This is a lot of fun. So use it to your advantage. Okay. Here's one other design element that you can do, and it's just like this. You could just do a half circle all the way around. And what this one does is it makes it look like circles. All right, so now I'm going to jump in, and I'm going to show you what these look like quilted, but you have fun. So let me get started. And let's just explore how to do them. Now, I'm going to absolutely have to tack down my block. And I'm going to pull up my threads. Make sure you're pulling up your threads, anchoring them down. And I'm just going to sew down to just put it in place. Notice as I'm doing it, I'm coming in. I'm not being totally even and spectacular as I'm quilting around it. I just wanted to sew it this block to this. But then I'm going to go and see how the grid designs and make that Starry Night look fabulous. All right, I'm coming down here and I'm just going to start playing. And I'm actually going to move in and go in around like this. And just kind of play with my scale and proportions. Okay, so now I brought this down. I still want to do it from here. So I'm just going to keep going because that's how it worked out this time. Okay, now I'm just going to come back and come around here and start going this direction, okay? It looks like for every two, I end up in the same place. But notice how it's just really helping me with my scale and my proportion. So I'm going to try to go back along here, then kind of come up at right here. And maybe I'll start making little pebbles. I'll get better as I go along. But this is really kind of fun. Okay, so now I'm going to do another one. So it would be every 2 that I'm using to make my design. Now I'm going to come back. Now I'm going to try to travel along this one again and come up this way. And I could actually make a circle and come out and do that. That would probably look a little better. Hey, I'm off the grid, but really using it to my benefit to help me with my designs. Have fun, and let's see what you can do with when you are on the grid. We'll see you next time. Bye. I've got another great tip for you. Use your foot height gauge to adjust the tension on your bobbin case. It works wonders. Pre-wound bobbins, they can tend to be overfilled. So unwind just a couple of yards and it'll sew so much better.
Hi, my name is Dee, or Pixel Quilt on social media, and I make pixel quilts. I'm here today to actually answer a lot of the questions that people had the last time I was here for the Spring Fling and did a trunk show. So today I'm just going to concentrate on how I make pixel quilts. Before I start that process with you, I just wanted to mention the products of Grace's that I use that have completely transformed how I now pixel quilt. One of the hardest parts of the pixel quilt process for me is the cutting of the fabric, and I try and get it done all in one go so that then I can just throw myself into the creation of it. But always before in the past, I've struggled with my hands and my fingers and my wrists after I've been cutting one marathon 6-hour session. Grace actually sent me the Comfort Cutter and the True Cut Medium Combo, which has got the ruler in it as well. The ruler actually has a lip on it, so the Comfort Cutter actually fits onto it. So it makes it a lot safer. And if you've been cutting for a few hours, then you'll know how important that is. I've had a huge difference in my hands after using this system. And believe me, I tested this system out for a good 6 months before I ever mentioned anything about it. But now this is my go-to because it just reduces the amount of stress on my hands and the amount of pain I'm in after is nothing. So highly recommend that. So where do you begin with pixel quilts? I know it's daunting. I know they look terrifying. They're actually not. You can break them down into 8x8 blocks, well, 8x8 pixel blocks. So each quilt I make is broken down into an 8x8 block, and then I do it in rows and it comes together, kind of prints out much like an old printer would print out. And there's two different options that you can choose to put together your pixel quilt. The first is going to be how the pattern is printed, which is that like colours are grouped together. So all of the colours that are like are grouped together, so there's less cutting to do in these. The other option would be that you cut out every single pixel and you use a product, much like this one by Quilt Smart, and you fuse your pieces onto this and then you batch sew them in rows. I'm going to walk you through sewing both of these types of ways today, and then ultimately I think that will give you an idea of which way you would prefer to put it together. Okay, first things first, before I ever start a pixel quilt, there's a lot that goes into the design, which all has to be perfect before you can even think about cutting out. But ultimately, once I'm ready to go, the pixel quilt will be broken down into 8 pixel by 8 pixel blocks, 108 of them actually. And then you work through these blocks and your pixel quilt will start to appear. Now the blocks can be done in one of two ways. One will be you cut out every pixel. Every pixel you cut out and you put it together. Okay, so now I've cut the pieces out for both blocks, I'm going to go ahead and start putting them together. When you're using the grid, the fusible Quilt Smart grid, you just place them within the center of each square. And the reason there's the little gap in between them both is because that then reduces the bulk for the seams. But go ahead and place them all on, and then we're going to fuse them. Okay, so now they're all placed on, we're going to go ahead and fuse them. Now they're all fused on, this is what you're going to be left with. And what we're going to do at this point is fold over in one direction, and we're going to sew each strip following the 1/4 inch guideline. The other type of block, which will get broken down in the pattern for you, you need to look at your block and then you need to group the pieces together so that they are sewable. So for me, it would be like that. And then you're going to sew these in sections, in sub-blocks, and then you're going to sew them together. Now you have your fused piece, you're going to go ahead and fold the first row, and you are going to sew that with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, now we have sewn it all one direction. What we're going to do is go into these seams where you can see a little bit of space, and we are just going to make a cut up to the stitching line. We're going to do that on every row. Now they're all snipped, we're going to go ahead and iron, and the only difference with this is we're going to iron in one direction first so that the seam goes that way, and then we are going to iron in the opposite direction for the next one. And the reason that we're doing this is because when we go to sew the next row, we want the seams to nest together so that there is less bulk. Now it's all ironed in different directions, we're ready to go ahead and fold it over again, nest those seams, and sew along each row again. When you are done, as you can see, you just need to flip it over and give it a really good press. And that is your individual pixel block. Right, the next block, as you can see, I've broken it down into sections that I'm gonna sew separately together. So there will be less sewing in this block, but more concentration, because you really have to think about the order that you sew things. So as you can see at the end, you will basically have two of the same block that are just sewn together in slightly different ways. And when it comes to the piecing of your pixel quilt, this is the decision you need to make before you start, because you either need to cut out every single pixel, or you follow the pattern and the cutting guidelines which you get in the pattern, and that will tell you how to cut out the bigger pieces and what pieces to cut out. But it really is down to personal preference.
Hey everybody, another quick tip. The weight of the thread that you're using determines the size of the needle. So make sure that you follow the instructions on any thread you're using.
Hi everyone. Hey, it's Becky from Power Tools with Thread on YouTube. I want to thank Grace Company for giving me the opportunity to do a workshop with you. Today I want to go into how to straighten and square panels. I love to quilt with panels. They're like an instantaneous gratification. You can do a quilt in a weekend with panels. And if you've watched my channel for a second, then you probably know I love to sew with panels. I like them because you can just throw a set of borders onto a panel and voila, it's done. The challenge that can come with panels is that sometimes they're wonky. They either don't hang straight or the print is not straight. In order to overcome those kinds of challenges, it's important to understand what the problem is when you get a panel like that. To start with, if you have an opportunity in a quilt store, don't be afraid if the panel is on a bolt to open up the bolt and take a look at it. And if you don't like the first one that's on the bolt, feel free to take a look at different ones that are on the bolt, and beware if one is wrapped on the bolt as a loose piece, that probably means that someone else opted not to get that one, and there might be a reason behind that. Also, if the panels are stacked in drawers and individually packed in a quilt store, feel free to open that up. The employees don't mind. They'll fold it all back up and put it together. But pick it up and hold it, unfold it and hold it open and look at it to see if it hangs straight or if it was printed correctly on the fabric. One trick when you are working with panels is to look for a panel like this one that doesn't have any definable borders. There's no kind of like this one here has a red border, a white border, and then the picture, whereas this one just starts several inches with the picture all the way around. And that's a good one to work with if you're very new to this, because you don't have to worry about making sure that the borders are straight. You can square this up fairly easily and then just put your own borders on it according to the pattern. If you do get a quilt with a border on it, as I said, don't be afraid to kind of go through them and look for the ones that are printed correctly and that hang correctly. But if you order a panel online, then you don't have the option to do that, and you kind of get what you get, whatever comes in the mail. So what I will do is hang a panel either on my design wall or maybe on a pants hanger with a couple of clips, and let it hang there for several days and give the fibers an opportunity to relax and let gravity do its work. If the panel, when you pull it up and say you put the selvage and you're looking at it straight, and you can see what are called drag lines in the fabric, and a drag line will be a noticeable ripple to one direction or the other. If that's the case, then definitely put it up, let it hang, and see if that doesn't straighten it out at all. If it doesn't, you can certainly do what's called blocking. And this is a technique that is used if the fabric was not woven properly at the manufacturer. And again, you can tell if a panel is not woven properly because it will have drag lines when you hold it up straight by the selvage. You would want to do that first. And then if you see those drag lines, then what you need to do is you would want to put the panel on a soft surface like an ironing station, or maybe on a cutting table or a countertop or something with a couple layers of towels, and get it damp and block it. And I'm going to show you how to do that here in a minute. Another reason a panel might be wonky is because it wasn't printed correctly. That happens all the time. And I would venture to guess that probably 90% of the panels that you begin to work with, you'll notice that there is a print that is just not straight on that panel. And then that's where you're going to use your rulers to straighten it out and get a correct cut. So let's go into blocking right now, and I'll show you how that's done. Sometimes when you get a panel, and I don't know if you can see it, but this is a real good example where the bottom half of this is straight, and then at about right here, this whole giraffe piece just starts to curve like this. When that happens, you can tug it a little bit against the direction of whatever way it's going. So if it's curving this way, then I would grab it here and grab it here and tug it. And this is going to straighten out the fibers a little bit, not a lot. And you just want to tug it a little bit and see if that helps. It may or may not. That did help quite a bit. That looks much better. So this is a situation where the weave of the fabric was off a little bit, and I was able to straighten out the giraffe. Now I want it to stay like this, and this is where I would block the giraffe. I want to be able to use many pieces of this in a quilt, so I want to cut these out, and I need to decide, do I want the navy blue border and the white border to show, or do I want to just use the white edge as a 1/4 inch seam allowance seam line? I need to be careful I don't cut in and get too close to his nose or cut off the tail over here on this side. So you've got to think about those kinds of things when you're going to be working with panels. In this case, I would probably use the white line as my stitch line, and then this blue would, all the dark blue would be in the 1/4 inch. When you go to cut these, you've got to make sure that you've got enough space between those pieces that are closer together, and then you're going to catch everything, and everything will have the right amount of seam allowance. What I would do is rough cut the giraffe. I'm going to use, this is the True Cuts 6.5 by 24 inch ruler. I'm just going to line up the 1/2 inch mark on the navy blue. I'm going to just scrub it a little bit and pull this, get it straight. I still need to block it because it wants to go back. The fibers want to go back the way they were. I'm using my True Cut rotary cutter, and I like this because it has a groove on the side of the cutter that will rest on this lip of the ruler, and I know that it's going to cut straight. So I need to pull back the guard, and I'm just going to put it on here and cut. There we go. Now, one thing you can do that's very easy when you're trimming out pieces of panels is to put a cutting mat on a cutting mat. And by what I mean by that is I've got the Grace True Cut cutting mat sitting on top of the mat that I have on my cutting table. So I'm going to just turn this, and that way I'm not having to reposition the fabric. I'm going to set this, make sure it's a 1/2 inch out. I've got the Grace True Cut grips on the back of the ruler to make sure it doesn't move around. Okay. Now I'm going to go back over to the ironing station, and I'm going to block this and get it straight and then starch it so that it remembers where I want it to stay. I'm just going to get it damp with some water and then pat it. If it has any kind of ripples or bumps in it, the water will allow those fibers to relax and you can pat them down. That's another good tip if you've got a quilt on the long arm that has a lot of puddling. And I am just going to put my ruler, my square ruler, right on the edge of that navy blue. And I can see here this is already starting to go back. And I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to pin it. And then I'm going to starch it. And I'm going to press. When you press, you help it to dry. Or you can leave it to air dry. And now I'm going to do the same thing over here on this edge. And this looks pretty straight. I'm measuring this line since I know that this line is angled correctly with this one. And I can see I've got some work to do over here. I'm just going to tug that down just a tiny bit. And again, now you can see I've got some little bubbles right there. We'll take care of that. I'm going to get this damp, get that damp, and then just pat it down. And it will relax. If you're working with a full panel versus a piece like this, one thing you can do to get it to relax is to cut off the selvage. The selvage is a very tightly woven piece of the fabric, and by cutting that off, you will release the pull from the selvage, and it'll relax the fabric enough that you should be able to block it without any problems. Look at that. So that bubble that I had there now is gone. And it looks great. Okay. I'm gonna let this sit and cool, and then I will have a squared, if you will, rectangle so that I can then trim it up to make sure I've got 1/4 of an inch seam allowance away from the edge of the picture where I want my seam to go. I hope this workshop was helpful. There are so many things that can be done with panels to just brighten up your sewing room or brighten somebody's day. All right, you guys, we'll talk to you soon. Go sew something. Bye.
Another great tip, test the quality of your thread with a yank test. If it comes undone easily, if it tears, then it's probably not good for quilting.
Every creator seeks quality, to find value in the journey. But if innovation stops, how does the experience continue? Introducing the all-new Qunique 16 series from the Grace Company, the perfect tool to elevate your quilting to the next level. All-new Qunique 16 series. Go to graceframe.com or your local retailer today to elevate your quilting.
Hi, if you want to keep your tension nice and even, use the same weight thread. Doesn't have to be the same color, but same weight on top and bottom. I'm pretending to juggle here. You get the gist?
everyone, and welcome to Summer Camp Survival Island. My name is Amanda, and if you have ever been using Quilter's Creative Touch and just gotten entangled in a jungle of trim lines, today I'm going to show you how to get out of that mess of breaks in this Survivor's Guide to Optimizing. Today I'm going to show you everything there is to know about the Optimize screen, and also show you some ways to avoid getting breaks in your design in the first place. There are two places where you can find the Optimize screen. The first is in Pattern CAD, and you can use it to help fix the designs you're creating. And the other is in the quilting interface screen. I'm going to start in Pattern CAD because it's a great place to mess around and try and figure out how it works. And then I'll move on to the quilting interface screen up on my frame. So let's get started in Pattern CAD. I've got QCT opened up, and I'll open Pattern CAD. And just so we can practice with some breaks, I'm just going to draw some random lines on screen. So I'm going to set up some settings here if you want to follow along. I'm using Draw. I'm going to use the Line tool. But I don't want to use this node spacing. And I want to turn continuous lines off because I want to show you how to fix breaks. Continuous lines is great if you want to avoid making breaks, but today we're kind of doing the opposite. Next, I'm going to just draw some random lines going the opposite direction I would usually have them. Just all over my screen. I'm going to do about 8 lines. And then I'm just going to connect half of them. And then connect the other half, leaving just one big break here. So now I am going to open Optimize and show you how we can fix these lines to make sure they go in one continuous direction. So up at the top, there's the Optimize button, and we open that. And you can see here, we have this big mess of trim lines. Each of these cyan lines with a circle in the center is a trim line. That is where your machine is going to have to stop, tie off, and move to the next line. And that can take a long time. So when you're designing a design in Pattern CAD, or if you have a Pantograph on your quilting interface screen, you want to avoid trim lines as much as possible unless there's some place that you really need it to happen. So the first thing we need this to do is we need to have all of these lines in the correct order. You can see what order they're going to go in with these yellow circles. So they're each numbered 1, 9, 2. So this is going to stitch 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4. We're going to try and get these in as much of a neat order as we can. So underneath this yellow circle here, it shows you what number you're going to be placing into the circles. So right now we're placing 1, and I do want to start with this one here. If you click it, this number will change to 2. So we can place 2 right here. So now we have 1, 2. I want to go here for 3. You can see the number changing. 4, 5, 6, 7. And we were already on 7, and we placed it right there. But clicking it just moves up. If we wanted to, we could just increase the number to make it the correct number. So now, let's have it start up here and then stitch this next line. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then we have all of our lines in the right order. But you can still see there's these trim lines here. That's because the lines are all flowing in the wrong direction. So it's going to start at this green dot, stitch down, then it's going to jump back to where it started and draw this next line. So in order to fix that, all you need to do is find the line that you want to flip and click it. And it will switch directions. So we have the start here and the stop here. Now there's just a small break. So let's go through and start switching lines so we get rid of those big breaks. Then we want to keep this break here, but I'm going to use a different method to reverse these because we do have this option here called auto reverse, and that could help us get the lines reversed like we want to. So let's click this, see how it works. I like that. This trim line is going to come up here, and we've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that looks good. So now we still have some teeny tiny breaks there, and we can zoom in on some of those just by using zoom, and you can click and drag and find all of the different breaks, but there's still that little cyan circle that means we have breaks. In this design, if we were to just click remove all, first of all, that trim line changed in a weird way that we don't want. And second of all, we don't want the line to go all the way across. So remove all usually isn't the best option for removing those teeny tiny trim lines. So let's undo here. And I am going to show you the best way to remove these teeny tiny breaks. So you can click check for breaks, and then we're going to animate stitching. Animate stitching is going to go through, and at each point where there's a break, it's going to ask you if you want to remove that break. Animate stitching asks, do you want to remove this break? Click yes, yes, yes. I'm just going to remove this second half because I'm going to show you a different way of removing breaks. It isn't on the quilting interface screen, but it is the best way to remove the breaks here. So right here, we have a break that I don't want to remove. It's going to jump to here. So I do not want to remove this one. And I'm just going to click cancel because I'm done removing these breaks. So we've got one line with all of the breaks removed, and then I'm going to show you a different way to do these. So I click OK, then those changes will apply to this pattern CAD screen, and I can start fixing these lines. So when you're working in pattern CAD and you want to check for breaks, the best way to do that is to enable the trim lines on the screen so that you can tell where they are. So on the side here, this is kind of your view options, and this will toggle either showing trim lines or not showing them. So you can click here, and you can see we've got a big long trim line here, but we can also see that we've got some nodes lined up, and there's teeny tiny trim lines there. In order to edit those, we are going to go back over to our options here and click edit. Then, just like you're editing in pattern CAD, you're going to click and drag a box over the nodes, and we're going to select those two nodes that aren't quite touching. And off to the side here, we have an option called snap selected that you can click, and it snaps those nodes together so they're right on top of each other and you don't have any breaks anymore. We'll go through, select them, and snap them. And then if you wanted to edit this line so that they were connected, let's say we want to move these so that we have a line connecting this. One of the best ways to do that is to highlight this end here and this end here, and then over on your edit screen here, you have this insert button that will insert a line in between each line. If you want a spline or an arc, it's going to insert whatever line is selected on your draw options under pattern. So now that I've shown you how Optimize works on the pattern CAD screen, I'm going to go up to my frame and show you how it works on the quilting interface screen. Okay, I am back to my quilt, and I've got it all set up, and I've got the edges tacked down. So now I'm ready to get into QCT and start making my pantograph. Got it open, so I can just select pantograph. I'm going to give myself plenty of safe area because it's a big quilt. Okay, top left and down into the batting and bottom right. Now I need to set the total width and the total height of my quilt. So I've measured it already, and I just need to put in the measurements that I had before I attached it to the frame. So you can click total width is 58, and my total height is 78. So pretty big quilt. Next, I'm going to select my pattern, and I put this in continuous line designs, and my designs, I designed it myself, this hibiscus flower. Now, because I'm in basic mode, I need to select how many patterns and how many rows it will be all the way across and all the way down. So I want to have one row in each of the rows on here, so I have 14. So I can enter that. And then I'm mostly going to just add patterns until it starts to look a little less squishy. I think 4 across will be good. Now I need to make sure that it wraps horizontally and vertically. So these hearts here will adjust how it wraps horizontally. So we're going to set it to the center one. You can see a little bit of pink showing up on the edges where it has wrapped. Next, I'm going to set the horizontal wrap. But you may not see anything yet because we still need to do some sizing before it starts to wrap around. I also want to stagger this design because I designed it to work well staggered. So I'm going to select alternating rows and then stagger them. So right here we have our different select options. We're going to click alternate. And then over here we have how to move and resize things. And we're going to move it by staggering it. So now that they're staggered, I want to adjust the size of all of them so they are a little bit longer and start to nest in between each other. So I'm going to select all and then size and make it grow a little bit vertically. Give it one more time. And up at the top, you can also zoom in. Let's just zoom in to 100% and see if we have enough space. It looks like we've got some space in between there. So we can go back to fit. So we're ready to click sew in zones to sew this design across my whole quilt. It's asking me if I want to save my sewing session. I've got a big quilt here, so I'm going to click yes. I'm just going to name it something really short, SC for summer camp. Okay, so you can see here, because I have clipped the edges of all of these lines, I have a bunch of trim lines. So here is where I will go and use Optimize to cut these trim lines. But I want to point out a few settings that I want to make sure are changed. The first one I'm going to look at is the options up at the corner here. So here we have some quilting interface options. And one thing I could do to prevent having all of these trim lines is click Sew Through Safe Area Clipping. This would take care of all of the trim lines around the edges. But I do want to show you how Optimize works. So for now, I'm going to leave it unchecked. And because I have this big, long trim line here across it, I want to make sure my machine stops and allows me to cut my threads in between this trim line here that I'm going to keep. So up at the top, I'm going to click Settings, and there's an option here to pause at trim lines. If you want to have all of those breaks around the edges, it might be a good idea to keep pause at trim lines unchecked. That way it will just continue on to the next section and you don't have to stop every single time. But for now, I want it to pause at that big trim line, so I'm going to keep it selected. The rest of the settings I want to change are in Zone Manager. So at the bottom here, we have Zone Manager. This is going to tell me that the placement is going to get lost if I do this, but I haven't placed it yet, so I can click Yes. And here you can see all of your different zones. I wanted to make sure that my zone height is about 85% so that I make sure that it fits in my safe area. I'm going to use 4-point placement to help keep it straight. And another way to prevent all of those trim lines could be to set your zone starting position to alternate, and instead of going back and forth, you could have it so continuous so you don't need to break at the edges either. But to show you how Optimize works, I'm going to set this to uniform from edge to edge. and start position to always from the left. One reason you may want to have it always start from the left and sew in a uniform direction is it can help keep your quilting really smooth. So if you want to have these options set this way, it can help keep the designs from getting off when you go back and forth. So now I'm done with all of the settings here, so I can click OK. So now I'm ready to make my placements. So I've got my stickers. I'm gonna pick one. I'm just gonna do some crosshairs so I can get it exactly in the corner here. I'm gonna place it in this corner and move my machine right over here. And on the screen I can click A, and I'm gonna do a single stitch into the sticker so I know exactly where that's placed. Then I can get another sticker and place it in this corner. Place B and do a single stitch. So with that placed, I'm ready to optimize these trim lines and get rid of all of the ones on the edges, but I'm going to keep the 2 trim lines going all the way across. So I'm going to go into optimize. You can see you have all of these trim lines, but I also have the trim lines all the way across the screen. So I don't want to just click remove all, because if I were to click remove all, I'd have the big long lines all the way across the screen. So instead of doing that, I'm going to undo, and I'm just going to go through and click as many of these trim lines as I can just from sight. It can be a little bit tricky to get them though, so I'm going to show you other ways that we can get rid of these. Gotten a few here, but then another way you can get rid of them is to check for breaks and click animate stitching. And then every time it gets to a break that you know you want to remove, you can click yes. But as you get closer to the edge in this corner where you know there's a trim line you want to keep, you may want to be a little bit careful and find a different way of removing them. This one here is right up into that corner, so we don't want to remove this break. No. Looks like there was a small break over here that we need to catch. So let's zoom in, and we're just going to zoom in all of the way. Then you can click and drag until you get to where you have the one trim line, and then it's a little bit easier just to remove that one just by tapping on it. Or if you needed to, you could do the animate stitching, and it'd be easier to tell when you just have the one place that you need to get. Then we can zoom all the way back out, and we have the 1, 2, 3 different rows that we're going to do with this design. So we can click OK, and now all of this has been applied to our screen. So we can go over to where our design is going to start stitching. It's going to be up in this corner here. Pull up your bobbin. I'll use the single stitch here and click sew. Pause at this trim line, and I'm going to use the tools to release the carriage and then do a single stitch to pull up my bobbin threads and cut them, and start sewing from the next position. So I can move it all the way over here and go back into the tools to do a single stitch and start. Click move to next, and it'll move to the start point, and click sew. I'm going to do the same thing, use my toolbox to release my carriage, pull it away, and do a single stitch. Cut these threads and move a little bit closer to where it's going to start. Okay, should start down here. Use the single stitch again and click move to next. And then click sew. Okay, so now I'm going to finish this zone and mark my quilt and move to the next zone. So now I'm ready to pull up my bobbin and follow the instructions on screen to move to the next zone. Okay, so now I'm in the next zone and I'm ready to place it, and then I'll optimize. So it's best to place it first, but then you can see I still have these trim lines. I don't have any on the top and the bottom because this is a middle row and there isn't a design wrapping around. So there's just these few on the sides that you may want to get, but just like last time, you want to avoid getting that trim line all the way across. I'll continue to stitch this out, but for now, thanks for joining us and for the rest of our summer camp survival island. See ya.
Welcome back. Isn't that exciting? A couple things are happening. We've got a team that will have to vote somebody off. However, I wanted to first say, amazing Off the Grid with Karla. If you haven't had a chance to watch that and you're just joining us now, know that you can watch all of these videos later. We did pixel quilts, how to. We just also finished up with squaring the panel and quilt blocks, and then taming a trimline jungle. So again, thank you all of those who helped put those together for us, that wonderful inspiration and the education behind that. But it is time. We are back. It is a moment. We know that Team Italy was not the winner of the last competition, okay? And we are going to have, as they did vote, we will talk about who will be cast off. So again, coming back to this, as you're joining us, if you've been with us, thank you for staying with us. We have a couple of these different live segments that we get to walk through a little bit of what is Grace Company here, the Summer Camp and Survival Island, and infused with all of this fun craziness that's happening with our groups behind us and the groups in front of us. Wonderful education and inspiration. Before we get into the vote off, yes, I'm going to hold you captive. I did want to talk about one of the amazing things that we do during the summer camp or this survival island is specials for you to be able to take advantage of these different tools to help you complete more of your quilts. So what I wanted to do very quickly is let's go ahead and bring up some of those on the screen and just take a couple minutes so that I can let you know what we have on sale. And this is first the Quilting 16X series as part of the summer camp special. You can see that we have manual machines to our elite stitch regulated Quilting 16 Elite machine on sale starting at $34.99 up to $4,999. These can also be purchased at any of your local Grace Company Quilting dealers in some of their stores and on their sites, as well as graceframe.com. So know that you can reach out to dealers. Let's go ahead and look at the next set of specials that we have. This is on the 19 series machines and the 21X series machine as well. So this shows you that you can get the Quilting 19X, which is stitch regulated with the touchscreen, has a 19-inch throat space that allows you to have that larger quilting area. On sale for $6,499, the 19X Elite at $7,699, and the 21X Elite, our premium machine, on sale at $8,499. So you can see that we have savings of up to and potentially even over $1,000 on what those are. And our next special that we have is the Cutie frame. This frame has been, in essence, the hottest frame here on the island. We did use this frame in our first challenge. And so this is a frame that starts and where you can use your home domestic machine, but you can also upgrade and add mid-arms and up to our 19-inch machine. And this particular frame will let you quilt up to a king-size quilt in its super small footprint of only 4 feet. And it also can be stored and put away in a closet. And so a lot of quilters often think about and ask and say, it's always super expensive to get into this, or I don't have space. And this helps with the space and the money part of that. And it actually solves a lot of the biggest struggles you have by using your domestic machine and pushing that fabric all around. All right, let's look at what else we have on sale. We also have the Evolution frame on sale for the summer camp. This is our premium studio frame. So this is our top of the line. This one you can start out with domestic machines, but is most oftenly purchased with the 16, the 19, and quite frequently with our 21X Elite. And so that can be bought in a hoop style. So the Evolution hoop means you can quilt any size quilt in that same 5-foot space, on sale for $1,999. That frame can be extended to 8, 10, and actually 12 feet from a frame perspective. And so that one is on sale for $2,999, normally $42.99. So that's a fantastic price. If you've owned a Cutie in the past and you're ready to dedicate the space, there's never been a better time to buy one of those Evolution frames and upgrade your experience. You might have a domestic machine. Now would also be a great time to upgrade the sewing machines. Now, again, these can be purchased at any other of our retailers that are selling these, both in their stores and online. And you can also visit graceframe.com and give us a call if you do have any questions. I did want to do a shout out. If you're joining us from YouTube, you're familiar with our YouTube channel. That is at The Grace Company. So you can visit us at The Grace Company. You also can visit us on Facebook, just Grace Company. We also have TikTok at Grace Company, Twitter, and we have our Instagram and our Pinterest accounts as well. We'll continue to bring those up as we go throughout the show. If you have not registered or you haven't liked us or you haven't subscribed, we'd recommend that you do so that you can follow us for all of our exciting information. Okay, the time is here. One, as you're sitting here watching this, I would love to have any comments that you have that have to do with that last competition. Now remember, it was the drawing. And I did look at this. So Melinda's like, oh, I don't know if this is fair. As a judge, I did look. The star or the sun was there. Whether it was as legible as we wanted to see, I don't know, but it was there. So there is fairness in what this was. Again, accuracy was not necessarily the direct goal. It was a timing and a content of what it did include. So your names were on the block on here and being cast off. Now, one of the things we did is we had you vote. Who is the person that we want to have cast off? Who is your best ally that we're going to have? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to look at that judging block. Oh, there you go, Carol. Carol says, keep them all. Oh, they deserve to stay. They do. They're wonderful. But unfortunately, the next set of competitions only allows room for fewer and fewer people. So somebody will be cast off. And I do have this bucket in front of us. Okay, as we do this, I'm going to take from the top and we will look at what we have on the first name. And the first name we have would be Anthony. Anthony. Okay, here we go. Vote 1, Anthony. Vote 2. Who is vote number 2? The pressure is on. And we have LJ or Laurel. Okay, there's LJ or Laurel. Okay, let's go in here. Last vote. And this last vote, let me take a look at this and see who this is. Now, we do have a set of stones if there by chances are ties to this, but we do not have that. I'm looking at this. And LJ, you are safe. Anthony, you are not. Anthony is being cast off.
You gotta go home.
Which way is home?
We're going this way. Anthony, we'd like to go ahead and say thank you for your time here on Survival Island. Your time has come to an end. Thank you, thank you. All right. We know that was intense. Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling about this.
Relieved. I'm so relieved. Oh.
I almost was at the beginning there too, Nathan. You were like, we gotta put it to Lance. I was like, Nathan, we need to know. So I'm feeling good now. I'm feeling good.
We do know.
Feeling good. We're gonna crush it. We're gonna keep pushing through. We're gonna crush it. Yeah.
We're gonna win this thing now.
Okay, wonderful. So with that, we are going to start into our second competition. So what I would like to do is go ahead and I'm going to kind of step in the back. If we can have group number 2 move around the front here for us for just a minute. As we do so, this next competition, I would like to explain this to everybody on what we have. This part of the Survival Island competition will involve the new machine which we have swapped out, which is our 21X Elite. So this is our premium machine that we are demonstrating. Again, last time we did have a chance to experience that 16. In this one, what we're going to do is there will be the 2 teams competing with each other. And in the challenge, we will be using our automation, or what we refer to as Quilters Creative Touch. In the system, in the Pro software, you can actually create and draw designs. Last time you had a pen in order to draw and then use the laser. This time, as we just found out with Amanda, you can choose patterns and the systems can automatically quilt those out for you. What you will do is one of your members you will need to choose will have and receive a picture from me. They will audibly be telling you about the design, a little bit like a Pictionary piece where you will be communicating. One person will be using the screen in which they will draw this picture out. This goal is an accuracy on how well we are capturing what is actually on the picture. Once that is done, and as soon as you feel that you have what the picture is and you feel that it's been communicated, you can go ahead and we will quilt the pattern out. So the audience can see both what you're drawing. We're going to hear what is being communicated. You will draw this picture and then we will use the computer to quilt that out for us for the audience. So that is what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to go ahead and ask who is going to be describing the picture from each team. Okay, I'm going to have, if you're describing, I'm going to have you go ahead and move around the side of the frame for just a moment. We'll have you come back because we don't want them seeing what it is. Okay, there we go. And then who will be drawing from each team? Okay, Allie. So that, I'm going to have you kind of maybe take a step here to the middle for me, Julia, and then we're going to have Allie, you stay here. LJ, you're going to be drawing this one on the screen. Now, we're familiar with the screen. In here on the screen, we're not going to talk about the details, but we have a drawing element where we can go in. You can use your finger to sketch out this pattern. When we're done, you can say, I want to quilt this on the quilt, and we will quilt it. Okay, so I'm going to step behind here. And as we do so, we would love to have comments again from the audience. These are pictures. These pictures are not to be shared or shown, but you will simply be communicating what these are to the person who is drawing those. And I'm going to tell you, ready, go. Okay, so here's what they're doing.
It has 2 wings, it has 2 feet,
have
it has a
bird.
beak.
It looks like
it's
it is
wearing
from a cartoon
hat.
box.
This
It
hat
has
is
a
worn,
pirate hat.
by
it
certain
is
people
facing to
on
the
ships,
left.
and they rob
it
other
has a
ships.
sword.
And he has a
It
weapon
has a
under his
egg-shaped
wing.
body, but it is cut off on the top with little swoops.
There we go. As we can
kind of
see,
like little feathers down.
Allie is using the software and she's using her finger to draw those out. This software can allow you to use mouses or styluses. This is using a Surface or just a Microsoft tablet. As you drag your finger around, it'll actually put down those points. Those points are not stitches, but those points are the path in which that machine will move. So now she is drawing the picture out. And I'm thinking there might be an ability to see that, so I'm going to have you hold that as we're doing so. There might be a little bit of cheating going on, we're not quite sure, but as they're working through this, you need to start trying to draw. You might want to take a look at the back of that picture that she's got, because I think that's happened on the other side. All right, let's go ahead. All right, and again, we're going to be moving over to LJ. There they go.
Round and cartoonish. And then it kind of is like a two-prong. If we're looking at a space, it's kind of, if we're imagining
Okay, here we go. Melinda, I'm going to have you put your pattern right on that for me. Thank you.
his right, our left. And
that's a good job. Keep it going. As you can see again, there are the tablets that they're drawing on. These tablets, the software that we have, you get 3 installation on those, and you can install it on any tablet of your own. It does need to be a Windows tablet. All the hardware comes with that. We have 2 versions. We have a lower cost version called Beginnings. That Beginnings version does not have this drawing feature. So this drawing feature is exclusive to our Pro software. And again, as you draw this, you can see there's a couple lines in there. You have other methods of removing those, but again, for this competition, they're simply drawing out the shapes, and the goal is accuracy. How well can they duplicate the picture? I'm going to do this for a quick second. I'm going to grab this for just a second. You're good. Keep on explaining. She's asking is, does it have eyes?
Okay, yes.
I'm going to show the audience. Audience, this is what they're drawing. This is a good thing for you to see. This is what they're describing, so you'll hear this in the background. So this is what they're drawing.
It's tucked under the arm, or was the arm It's tucked under the arm.
And his eyes also look up.
And I'm saying they're doing a pretty darn good job as I look at the designs of what they're doing. This is good. All right, I wanted to let them know that time is getting tight. We didn't have a timer, but we have a lot to do. So we're going to ask you to continue with your process here. Keep on drawing. Here we go. I'm hearing pirate hat on the side. I'm looking at my left, my right. I am seeing that there already is a pirate hat. Talons.
Has kind of a little bit of a circle in the end with a claw coming out.
Exactly.
Now on the software, again, you can see that there's actually those jump lines or those trim lines. Those, again, can be removed. We're not going to spend time editing them. You can actually create and draw without this happening, but I'm letting you know as you look at the software as they're moving their fingers around. I myself personally prefer to use a mouse, and I prefer to do this on my computer. So you can load this on up to 3 active devices at a time. It does look like Jarek has gone away. I do not know where he went to. He has disappeared from the set, so we'll have to see if we can call him back to the set when he gets back around. He said he knows the flora of this area. Oh, there he goes. There. Oh, ho, ho, ho. There will be, again, something happened. Catastrophic failure. This is all part of the island. You do not know what surprises might come up. You're not sure on what the weather's going to do, inclement or not, or as sunny and beautiful as can be, gone or not. It looks like it is reopening it back up. It looks like she is setting a space there. Looks like we're going in. LJ on this side is solving and saving that. That's good. Go ahead and just reset the area when we're done, and she will do this again. All right, we're getting some laughing. I think that looks quite cute. Now you need to position that. So go ahead and use the 4 points to position the pattern. LJ is now using this software. There is accuracy on this, so you can use incredible precision. The needle is the position. The needle is the position.
It lost it for me.
Did the same thing. We're going to have to do this again. You saved it. You're lucky. We get to reopen it. You are good. You did save it. Oh, save. Okay, what's one of the great things is when you design and you save that pattern, you can come back in. I'm not sure what's going on, but now they're reopening this. Make sure to set the safe area. What Allie's doing over here is when you open the software for the first time, you go and you across the entire surface of the quilt so it knows the space that you have to quilt within. She is now positioning the pattern. Go ahead, let's quickly go back. Let's just do this and this. Go ahead and move. No, you're good. We'll go 2 point. Go up to your top left point. There you go. Go ahead and move down to your right, wherever you want that to be. So she is using and telling it what space she wants the quilt to be. It's there. Once it's in that space, we simply literally can hit the quilt button. One of the things that a lot of people love on this is they love signing their name and then putting their name or text or other content out. So here's LJ. She's good. LJ's got the same thing. She is now going to quilt this out. They hit the sew button. You can pull bobbins. You can do different trims. We can do different stitch lengths. We can quilt this in different speeds. The system is very, very simple for those that want it to be. And we've had a lot of professional quilters, once they get into this, love that it can grow with them as you continue to learn through your skill set. So there we go. There's his quilting. Here we go. They're quilting. Yep, come on around. Go ahead and see that. Wonderful. I will go ahead and take that from you, sir. Let me show you the picture if you did not see the picture. There we go. There is the picture.
Well, I did not understand very well.
That was pretty, I think that is pretty good. I think that is great.
Ooh, I think ours looks pretty good.
They both
got a
look
lot of
pretty good.
lines, but-
So you're good. We're going to take both of these.
All right, there you go.
We're going to move this back offset. Again, let's go ahead and stay on this camera. Let me show you one more time here. This is, again, if you look at the difference, go ahead and let's go see those quilt on out again. That is the pattern. And they are watching this as it unfolds. Let me ask, as they're doing this, share with me, Melinda, how was this? And LJ, I'm going to have you hold this for a minute.
Yeah.
How was that? Was that easy, hard? How do you feel about that?
You know, I am very confident about my teammate today in following directions and being able to understand what I was describing without exactly telling her what it was. So
Yeah.
I think we've crushed it.
Yeah, no, I think it turned out pretty good, all things considered. I think it was good to get a bit of a description of it before I actually started to draw it out. I think that made a pretty big difference in what it is. And I will say, with the photo as a reference, I did get a tucked wing. I do have the sword there, so I'm kind of feeling like we have it here.
Yes.
Wonderful, great. As you can see those, let's go ahead and move to the other team. Allie, why don't you tell me a little bit about how you felt with that? We're going to pass the mic over so you can tell us about that.
I'm feeling a little less confident now that I've seen LJ's bird. It looks a little, I think, closer than mine was, but you know, they lost last time, so.
Okay, well, I think that's great. Jarek, tell us a little bit. I think that was good as you were explaining that.
The wild will decide. And
Wild will decide.
if the wild takes me, it is time.
Okay, if the wild takes you, it is time. Go ahead and comment. It looks like they're both wrapping up here. All right, let's see if we can get a camera close up on that. There we go. Good. There's team. That is Team Edelray, and this is Team Ebelray. Okay, so let's go back to camera. Give me one of those cameras. This is Italy, so this is LJ on the side. It looks like we've got one of those just holding the sword in front of her. That's pretty good. I'm not quite sure if I'd call that a pirate's hat, but that's a good attempt. Good attempt. I might have to say that Team Ebelray might have a better close look on this. Let's go and see if we can get that all in screen there.
Birds have beaks.
So there we go. There we are. Nice. So there you go. That's what we're looking at. That's not, boy, this is kind of a tough one.
But they're holding the sword in the wrong hand.
Yeah, you're right.
Birds
We've got right hand,
need
left
a
hand.
mouth.
There you go. Boy, they're both the same because the other bird, right-handed bird, actually, let's go to the other one again one more time, back and forth here. What are we looking at? Both actually the swords were in the right hand. We showed this one again. Let's kind of jab to the front here. Let's kind of go up here. We can see that again one more time. We'll bring that close. That is where we're at.
Not bad, guys.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay, this is going to be a tough one because, you know, we're going to have to come back and we are going to end up voting another person off the island. So this is the challenge. Coming back really quickly, let me look off stage. Is this accuracy, right, is what we're looking for in this one? And this is my call on accuracy is what this is. I will let you know right now that I love all of the efforts and the initiatives. As I'm looking at them, if I look at birds in accuracy, by default I will use the wings only in this one as a competition because hats were both. I did like the pirate's hat here on Team Ebelray, but I will say in general that bird has open wide wings. If we look in general over at Italy's team, their bird has that arm crossed over even though the sword is in the wrong place. Their legs are a little bit wider, not necessarily the stick. So I will say that we will have a winning team of Italy. On the left-hand side of this. Just so you know,
their bird does not have a mouth.
there's a lot of things these birds don't have. And again, please vote in if you're with us as well. Even though we're not tallying those, we would love to hear who you felt or which team you would choose as part of this champion team. With that, what I'm going to do is we're going to just kind of finish a few things because we will be moving into some more wonderful inspiration and education. I have another HBQ story that I would like to share and read for everybody. Again, remember that you can come and view this. If you were to go to graceframe.com, you have access to our HBQ community, and we would recommend that you come and join this. It's a fantastic community for anybody out there in the world as a whole. You do not even need to be a quilter if you feel like you would love to be engaged with the community of those who are about the process, whether it's, you might be just a big piecer, you might be wanting to get into it, but there's a lot that we can do and a lot to be learned and gained from all of those who are in this community. So this is a story I'm going to read. This story is from Chris from Beachmere, Queensland, Australia. So thank you, Chris, for joining this, and thank you for sharing your story all the way from Australia. These events are international events, so it's been fun to have everybody. It says, I've been a quilter for over 30 years, mostly self-taught. I live in Australia in a small coastal town called Beachmere, near Brisbane, Queensland. My grandmother, Nanny Lee, taught me to embroider. After she passed, I had a collection of pieces of practice roses that I wanted to use as a memento for sewing them together. I spotted a quilt in a magazine and thought, I can do that. The quilt was definitely a beginner's effort, but I loved it and still have it. I was hooked. By the way, this happens often with a lot of those quilters that are out there. They try something and boom, you're into it. Sometimes that's piecing and sometimes that's finishing. He continues, he says, I combined embroidery with quilting, which is a unique effort as well. And I learned, and I am still learning as much as I can and try to pass it on my way forward. We live in a retirement village where I teach a weekly class for beginners, and I began teaching quilting with our local university of the third age for the past 3 years. Wonderful. Thank you, Chris, for that initiative and those efforts. Recently, our resident group purchased a Grace Cutie for the village quilters. Great little purchase for the group. We're just getting to know it and have had great help and support from Know How Sewing. This is Know How Sewing Essential, is our Australian distributor, and the Australian representatives. Love it, love it, love it. A new thing to learn, a new skill to master. Keep my brain active and my community and community benefits. So thank you very much, Chris from Beachmore, Queensland, Australia, for sharing that wonderful story. We love so. Let's go ahead and just give Chris a quick clap there. And thank you very much. Again, I did want to remind you as you're following this, if you are on the YouTube platform or Facebook, and if you're even on the Grace, know that you can subscribe to our social media platforms. Go ahead and make sure to subscribe and put those indicators on so that you can know when we have events that are happening. We also have Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest as well, along with TikTok. And maybe if we can put some of those on the screen, can we get some of those up there in front of you? So if you're with us, feel free to take a ride on this. Maybe take a screenshot on your camera. This is our YouTube at The Grace Company. Let's go ahead and look at our next one there. This is our Facebook, just Grace Company. Our next one on TikTok at Grace Company. By the way, Grace Company. And this one is unique on Twitter, Quilting Grace. We have our Instagram at Grace Company Quilting. So I think we've got those on. Last, Pinterest, Grace Company Quilting. Okay, so those are all of our social media platforms that you can find us on. I did want to reach out based on those specials and remind you that our dealers have those available. You can get them online. And as you're with us, you might not know, but the name of these teams is a precursor to something that we have an amazing announcement on that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. It is revolutionary. Today I found out that we're going to bring that forward today. Something completely new that Grace has never been involved with will change the industry as a whole, and we are super excited to be sharing that with you. So stay with us as we do so. Know as we come back, we're also going to go ahead and do the vote off of somebody from this next team based on this last challenge. Let me go. There we go. That's some intensity we've got right there. Just also know, again, can we go ahead and pull up Etched, the website, really quick? I'd like to go ahead. This is a new website. If you are on graceframe.com on the main one, you can go ahead and click on Etched, the summer camp, the second one up there. We go ahead and on this next one, you can go, this is where we'll have all of the active live videos for you to see the ones that we've just done. So if you loved the Karla quilt that she's done, you can come on back. So we're going to keep on going. If you go up top on onto resources, And then we have etched. If we scroll and we click on etched, this takes us in there. And if you click on see more for me here quickly, you'll notice that explore now will take us in. And if you're registered, you can register. If not, you can see that we've already gone live on a couple of those that we just posted. So you'll be able to go out and see all those. And you're going to see a lot of the other content that we've done over the last several years. And it's all now accessible at your fingertips. And again, this is at no cost to you. So we want to go ahead and have you do that. Okay, exciting. Let's go ahead and come on back. It's time for some drawing for those who are with us live. Get your fingers going because this will be from comments. We will pull somebody from the YouTube platform, somebody from Facebook, and somebody from the Grace platform. I'm going to ask a question, and this is going to be a tough one. Not really, but it will be interesting. I'm asking for you to only clarify one item if you were here, and I will give you 2 different ways you can respond to this answer. If you've been watching the entire time, our previous competition that we had, we drew a picture and there were 3 things that we asked for to have in that picture. I want to say, can you remember any one of those? When they were drawing them out, we gave them 3 things that we wanted them to draw, and that's what the group quilted. If you're not sure because you were not here during that first part of the competition, in this last competition, you can also answer, what was the picture of that we were drawing? What was the picture of that we were drawing? Go ahead and put your answers in there. We're going to give you a minute to respond to that. I'm seeing several people that were getting all 3 of them. Those are fantastic. I'm seeing Empowered Bible with the right ones. We got a bunch of people. Again, we're going to go through this and we're going to randomly have some selections as we answer these questions. A lot of right answers. Thanks for being with us and thanks for understanding and knowing that. Those are great. Wonderful. We've got them coming on. Okay, let me go ahead and we're going to ask behind here, do we know, are we prepared to choose a winner? Let's go ahead and bring up who and how they're going to contact us quickly because we want to let them know this is for the live drawing. If it is live, you will need to reach out to us. We are going to capture your information from here, but we do need to get your direct email and we need to know where we're going to ship you the prizes. We have a bucket full of prizes in here. We have our berries as we've been out foraging. These ones are a little stale. Jarrett, these might have been ones you had in your storage compartment for a bit there as you've lived on this island. But in here, we're going to randomly draw something out, and there is a prize that we will then give. You're going to go ahead and email Allegra, Allegra, at graceframe.com is what you're going to do. So write that down, and as we go throughout the remainder of this event and tomorrow's, we will use Allegra as that contact for those awards or for those prizes we're going to do. Okay, so we have several. Let's go ahead and bring up a person that we would have that we're going to choose. There we go. So Amy Westmeyer from Facebook. Sunrays is correct. That is one of the 3. We also had swirls, and we had waves. That's right. Waves, swirls, and then the sun rays. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go in here. And actually, Belinda, because your team's not voting off, I'm going to have you choose one. Go in there. And this is what is the winner. Go ahead and read what we have on that.
4-pack variegated thread, 1-pack of pins.
All right, so the winner is winning a 4-pack of our finesse thread. It looks like that is our variegated pack. Those are our 4 most popularly selected. They're our most purchased colors, and so they work well and they blend phenomenally. The thread comes with 1,500 yards per spool. We've custom designed this so that it fits and works with your domestic machines and long arms the same way. Perfect for projects. And then our little pins, perfect for pinning your leader cloths and other projects as well. Let's go ahead and choose out for winner number 2. And we've got winner 2 is Lorette Crowell. Congratulations, Lorette. And Lorette, what we're going to do is, remember, we're going to have you reach out to Allegra. But what is the winner? What does Lorette get?
A 45mm comfort cutter. So a 45mm comfort cutter and a 3x18-inch ruler.
So there we go. This is the Grace Company, what we call the My Comfort Cutter, the most ergonomic cutter in the entire industry. Not saying that literally, if you've ever had problem or strain or pain in the wrist, you have arthritis, you can't grip on things. And then we have people like, oh, that's great for a young person. Everybody goes like, oh, that's perfect for me. There's also a patented tracking guide that locks that ruler and cutter together as well. So congratulations. Let's choose our last winner. And our last winner will be, and Melinda, I'm going to have you choose one more of our berries.
4-pack of solid thread and 1-pack of pins.
1-pack of, this is our solid combo. So congratulations again. All right, we'll use this one. We'll reach out to you because we can do both solids and or variegateds as well with this as we're doing so. So I want to say congratulations. Do we have time and where are we at for another drawing? Or are we needing to move on? Okay, it looks like we're needing to move on. I'm going to have you hold that. Thank you, winning team. Italy, on what this is. Really quick as we're doing so, we wanted to go ahead and thank you again for joining us and let you know what's coming up here. What we have coming up here next is, just so you know, we have another set of amazing learnings that we're going to do. Megan Groves has put together Binding for Curvy Quilts. So this is our ambassador, Megan, as she shares how she does the biased binding, and she's able to do and meander along those curves as she's doing so. We also have Marie Bard Curtis. She has put together what we're calling Making the Dog Frisbees on the long arm, and we heard a little bit about this earlier, but she is showing you how to do some fun frisbees. So join as she, our ambassador, works and shows how she can use the 2 layers of what she calls ripstop fabric to create frisbees for your pets. And then we're also going to watch and see from Jennifer and Maddie, our Grace Company educators. We're going to say, what the scrap? Useful ways of using your scraps. And Maddie and Jennifer are kind of working through a few things. They're also going to be guests here on Survival Island as you're seeing some of the things that they've done. They've looked at smuggling some of these things into the area so that they can work with those scraps in order to create wonderful gifts. So stay with us, come back. As we're doing so, we're going to find out the next person we will then vote off. Team Elbow Ray, you are safe. Just kidding. I was going to put some tension in that. I was like, just kidding. You are not safe. Team Idle Ray, you are safe. Okay, with that, stay with us. We'll be back for more information, more giveaways, more fun entertainment, education, inspiration, and much more, along with an amazing announcement on something completely revolutionizing and changing the entire industry. So stay with us and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meg with Meg and the Quilts. I'm so glad you're here today because we're going to be talking about Scrappy binding and bias binding. I make a lot of improv pieces like this. Often my work has curvy edges, so I need that bias binding, and I like to use everything I have. I'm sure you do too as a quilter. So we're going to use some scraps that I have left over. I'm sure you have a few of those yourself. Let's get started. We're going to use this mat as a guide because it has that true bias marked right on there. I've already starched and ironed these 2 pieces of fabric that we're going to be using. All right, let's get going. I have got my True Cut ruler, but I am also going to switch out the edge here on my comfort cutter. I'm putting on the one that has the ridge on it so it can go right with the edge of the ruler. It has a guide and this slides right on it, and that helps me keep that straight line. Okay, I am using the edge of the True Bias arrow to help me get this right where I need it. Now I've got these as straight as I can get them. They're not necessarily cut straight, and that's okay. Close enough is good enough sometimes. All right, let's make that first cut. And again, I'm putting my comfort cutter right on the guide. That first cut. Now I do 2-inch binding, which, you know, isn't for everybody, and that's okay. I like how slim it is on my art pieces. I use a thicker binding or a wider binding when I'm working on quilts that are going to be used, but especially the art quilts. I go a little bit slimmer. We've got our first 2 pieces. Next 2 pieces, and that should be plenty for the piece we're doing here. I also have a little bit of white left over from a former project that I'm going to use on this. Do you guys ever, I always make too much binding. So I've got a little bit of white left, and I'm looking at this, knowing that as much as I love this like acid green color, I'm probably not going to use too much of it. I might even shorten this. All right, I'll show you my way of figuring out if I think I have enough binding. It is not a scientific method. I just lay it out generally. Kind of think, well, it's probably good enough. Yeah, so where I've got that white piece, might not even use that. I'm going to shorten, I think, this acid green and add that white back in. Yeah, I think that'll do. All right, let's go ahead. What I do first is I go ahead and join them and then I press them. And again, just like everything else, there are a lot of different ways to do this. Okay, we've got the sewing machine out. Now we are going to join these pieces at a 45-degree angle. So I'm going to be sewing from one edge to the other at a 45-degree angle. Like that. Here we go. Now, when I'm thinking about how to join it next, right, because I don't want to be making the wrong side the right side, I always choose the top side of the piece. So I know this is the side that's going to be showing. And I think about my two top sides being together, my two fronts. So I'm going to put these two pieces together, again, sew across at that 45-degree angle. All right, now we've got all of these together, and I know I want to use a little bit of that white. Since I already know which part is going to be the top here, that's where the fold is, I'm going to put them together like so. Now before I go to iron these, I am going to trim them down just a little bit. All right, time to iron. So as we know, this white one already halved and ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and open up the seam here. And because bias binding is already so flexible just based on how we've cut the fabric, I try to be careful not to pull. So I'm picking up my iron and setting it down so we get that crease. I often finger press first. Now we're ready for that fold. And I'm just setting down, picking up, and going down. Again, because this has so much movement in it. And you can really feel the difference. So much movement in these. So when determining where to put on my binding, I'm looking for an area that's kind of as straight as possible, which is in a lot of locations here. So ideally, I'm going to join probably somewhere right here, which means to start, I'm going to have a good bit of space here. I'm probably going to get started here. Let me just show you guys just how flexible this is when you're cutting it on the bias. Look at that. It's beautiful. It gets a little tricky sometimes in folding over, but we will look at that. So when I am going around a curve, I just go ahead and kind of lay out the binding, and then I'm holding it down with my fingers. Moving slowly. so now we're at the point where we need to join our sides. And I've given myself as much space as possible on this kind of straighter stretch, but it's still going to be kind of tight just because this piece is very small. All right, and again, there are a lot of ways to join your binding. So I'm using my nail and my fingers to kind of finger press here. Never find your scissors when you need them. I am going to cut some of these tails off here. Now that I've got a good idea of where these are going to be, I'm folding them out. And then I always kind of test to make sure I've got them going the right direction. So I have the top of this crease at the top of this piece of binding. And I'm gonna pin these guys just because it's so fiddly at this point. And you want it to be crisp, that joining. I don't want it to be clear where I've done the joining. All right, so now the plan is to sew a 45-degree angle from one point to the other. Okay, this is the moment where I'm always like, do I remember how to do binding? All right, and that is gonna lay really well. All right, okay, I'm gonna go iron, trim and iron. All right, I'm going to go press these apart and just make sure that crease is perfect between the two. On me. Boom. Beautiful. We got it. All right, now to sew the rest of the way. All right, all sewn down. Now I'm going to go press this apart. Now, if I've got some really tight curves, like right here, you can see how that fabric is buckling a little bit. I'm going to give this a little cut just to release that tension. Just so we can lay a little bit nicer. We see that fabric isn't curling up anymore. All right, I'm entirely finished now. Do you want to see? You know, finished as in I have a whole bunch of hand sewing left to do, but it's fine. So yeah, I love the really small edge that 2-inch binding leaves. Here's a finished product with it. It's a little fried egg quilt for my little one in my house. I just love, and it's held up really well, which is saying a lot because that has been washed an awful lot of times, as you can see from the crinkle. Well, thank you all so much for being here, for learning something new, for spending your time with me and with Grace Company. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and be sure to follow me on TikTok and Instagram at Meg and the Quilts, where I do lots of things like this all the time. Have a great one. All right, so I did the hand sewing part. We're finished. I think it turned out great. Thank you all so much for being here with me, learning about scrap binding and bias binding. I appreciate your time. I look forward to seeing you next time.
This is a great idea, and I promise I've done it several times. Mark your leader claws from the center and then pin from the center out. Trust me, it'll work.
Hey everybody, I'm Maria the Quilted Poodle. I'm a Grace Ambassador, I'm a long-arm quilter, and I'm a dog lover. Is there anything you wouldn't do for your fur babies? Well, in my case, probably not. I have been making frisbees for my dogs on my domestic sewing machine for years, and the dogs absolutely love the frisbees. And so now that I'm a long arm owner, I'm always looking for different projects to use my long arm for. Whether it's for putting binding on your quilt while the quilt is still on the frame, or joining together two pieces of backing fabric so you can create a long horizontal seam. Well, I think I found just the project. I'm going to show you how to make frisbees on your long arm. All you need to provide are a few simple supplies. Now the supplies I have gathered for this project are fabric, and this is ripstop fabric, and I have two colors. Not that your dogs will care what color you have, but about a yard for your backing and a yard for the top material. I'm also going to use the ruler base and see how it clips onto your machine. Like that. You put it on your machine and your needle plate shows through here, but it gives a lot of stability to your project. I will also need my hopping foot for the ruler base, and you're going to need some clear plastic tubing that I've just gotten from the home store, and this flexible tubing has an outer diameter of 1/2 inch and an inner diameter of 3/8 of an inch, and it's very flexible. And to make a frisbee that's probably about 9 inches, 9 to 10 inches, I'm going to cut about 28-29 inches of this plastic material. Then you're also going to need a stiff plastic material, also 1/2 inch outer diameter and 3/8 of an inch inner diameter, and this will go in between the two pieces of flexible tubing. So what you're going to create is something that looks like this. You have your clear flexible tubing on the outside and your hard plastic in the inside. So when I'm making this project, I like to have some hot water, so I'm going to dip both ends of my flexible plastic in the hot water and allow it to get soft, and then it will easily stretch over the hard plastic to create your circle. You'll also need a pair of scissors. You could also use your True Cut rotary cutter. You'll need a marking pencil, because once you get your plastic and your fabric onto your long arm, you're going to draw around this circle. I just used a 40 weight thread in the top and in the bobbin. Very easy project. You just stitch around the inside of your ring and then again around the outside of your ring. You're just going to cut it loose. So if you fling it, it catches air and it flies and the dogs chase after it, you're a success. Let's go to the long arm and put our project together. I have my fabric loaded onto the long arm. I have my 2 layers of fabric. My green is my background fabric, and the orange is the top of my frisbee. And I've stitched across here to stabilize my top and bottom fabrics together. I'm floating the top. I want it to be tight at the edges, but not across the middle, because once our plastic gets in between the 2 layers of fabric, you're going to need to have a little bit of give. So now what I'm going to do is take one of my plastic rings, and with a Sharpie, I'm going to trace the inside of my ring. Now I'm going to stitch around here, and with my long arm and the ruler base, I'm going to use a ruler that's going to help me adhere to my circle. My ruler base is on my machine, and be sure you've left yourself enough room to stitch around here and not have your ruler base hit your belly bar. So this is the ruler that I'm going to use, and really it's just going to sort of guide me around the circle and keep me from wobbling too much. So first, I'm going to position my machine, and I'm going to try to follow that black line. I'll needle down, needle up to bring up my bobbin thread. lock my stitches. Okay, now I'm going to take my ruler and I'm just going to sort of follow it along for a few inches, then I'll move it. So I'll start sewing. And I kind of go a little slow because I'm trying to keep my head out of the camera. And you can move your ruler. I'm going to begin moving my ruler around. Now I'm tracing the outside. I'm moving it forward. And notice I'm just very gently putting pressure on my ruler, just enough to hold it in place so that I can follow it around. Alright, that's not too bad. It pretty much follows a circle, and like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to take my ring and pull it apart here, slide it between my two layers of fabric, and put it back together, and then stitch around the outside of the ring. So now, here I have my two parts. Slide it in there. The ring went all the way around and it comes back to the center. Alright, so my plastic ring is back together. So I'll put my frisbee top down, and now I'm going to create another line of stitching around the outside. And I won't need the ruler. I'm just going to try to move my hopping foot close to the edge of the outside of the ring. Okay, that looks like a good place to start. And I'm going to kind of hold it in place and see how well it goes. Needle down, needle up. Pull up my bobbin thread. Take a couple locking stitches. And you don't have to be really close to the plastic ring. It's going to make it difficult to stitch. So just stay close enough to try to follow that circular curved contour. And if you want, you can go around a second time. We are done. I'll move away, grab up my thread, come back, needle down, needle up, pull away. I'll cut my threads. And our first frisbee is done. All right, let's try the second one. So I have my area already marked. Needle down, needle up. Couple locking stitches. Okay. And I'm going to put my ruler here. I thought I put my needle down, but it doesn't seem to be engaging. This is a little awkward, trying to stay out of the way of the camera. Doesn't have to be perfect. Your dog is going to love you anyway. Okay. Okay, I've stitched the inner part of my circle. Now I have another plastic ring. I'll put it right there. I think it's going to fit. So I'll pull the plastic apart. There are the two pieces. Now I'm going to slip the plastic around the sewn circle. And here are the two edges here. I'm going to connect them back together. All right. Okay, I'll pull the fabric down again. All right, now I'm going to stitch around here, and we'll have frisbee number 2. Lock it in there pretty good. And now let's stitch on around. And let's go around another time for good measure. And as I'm going around, I'm pushing my hopping foot against the plastic. All done. All right, so you've got 2 frisbees. So I am going to cut these loose. I'm going to trim around here. You can use a rotary cutter. You can use a regular pair of scissors. I just trim about 1/4 of an inch away from my line of stitching. And then we can take it outside and make sure it works. Now with your frisbee off of the long arm, I'm going to show you the fastest, easiest way to trim it. Of course, you could use a regular pair of scissors, but I'm just going to take one of my True Cut rotary cutters. So I'm going to trim probably 1/2 inch to 1/4 of an inch outside of my stitching line. There you go. So if you're ever thinking of making a quick toy for your pet, long arm frisbee is the way to go. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed.
Well, hello there, Jana and Jarek. Do you love using your True Cut cutting products? Great. Well, pack it all up, because we're going on a trip. Looks like a lot of hassle, Jana.
How am I supposed to carry all of this?
Don't forget all your cutting mats. What is this? Where are all your cutting supplies, Jarek? And where did you get such a fashionable bag? Jarek? Oh shoot, where did all your pins go? Aw, how inconvenient. Now you get to play Find All the Needles Before Mark Steps on Them. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, Jarek, did you drop your pins too? Now you get to play Find All the... Wait a minute, there's that bag again. What kind of shenanigans are you up to? Aw, what's the matter, Jana? Do you wish the Grace Company would, I don't know, Make a portable cutting kit in the form of a stylish carrying bag that not only has everything you need, but can also travel with you wherever you want? Oh wait, we totally did that. Introducing the TrueCut Travel Kit, the stylish on-the-go cutting companion. The mini home cutting station you can use in your car, at your friend's house, at the park, in a public library probably, while you're waiting in line at the grocery store. Sure, pretty much anywhere you want to take it. Complete with true grips, ruler, pencils, seam ripper, magnetic wristband. Holy cow, that's a lot. Whoa, there's more? Does all that really fit in there? Go from this to this. Built to last and looking good doing it. Travel with the confidence of a true cutter with the new TrueCut Travel Kit.
Hey everybody, always practice your drawing first. Doodle on paper, sand, whatever you have, and then the more you practice, the better you become, and then try it with the needle unthreaded. It'll really help you maintain and learn those designs.
I'm so tired here on the island.
I know.
Like, you know the worst part about being here on the island?
I bet you have a different worst part, but yeah, let's hear it.
Is the only fabric I have is what I brought with me, so it's only scraps.
Oh, I was gonna say the no food, but yeah, sure, we can bring it back to the fabric. I mean,
Priorities.
I mean, I probably should do that because that's why we're here. But yeah, no fabric, so I don't really know what to do. I don't it's not like I can place an online order from Etsy and get my fabric.
Yeah, they're
shipped
not
to
dropping
me.
to us here. They're not at all. So, well, maybe we should tell them welcome to Summer Camp Survival Island. I'm Jennifer.
I'm Maddie.
And we are going to walk you through some Quilters survival guide on how to use the scraps that you have on hand.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this segment. I don't think I have ever, ever been on an island with Jennifer before, honestly. But I'm really excited to see what you've done with the inspiration that you have found with the scraps on the beach and everything. And I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be resourceful as well. Like, it's going to be very useful in us winning the challenges.
Oh, for sure.
Jennifer. Be a skill that people want to form alliances with us, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So. Do you want to form an alliance?
Heck yeah. We're in.
We're in. Easy.
All right. Do you want to show me what you did with your
okay.
scraps?
So basically, around the island, I found a bunch of tiny little squares. And what I have done is really, they're all cut out, and that's the nice part, right? Like, and I just was like, I need a blanket. I need to feel warm. I'm a little cold at night, so I was like, okay, I need to make something. So what I decided to do was basically I decided to sew them into strips like this. So Jennifer, if you want to sew these strips for me, I would love that. So the way that I found inspiration through this was, I loved all the different patterns on the fabric, and I loved how they were all different and different colors. So I thought, okay, I need something to be put together real quick, real fast. And this was a super fun project that I decided to do. I was talking with Jennifer about it, and she gave me a lot of inspiration too about it, and I really liked it. Yeah, so I just sewed them into strips starting off. So here's our second strip.
Since we're on the island, I highly recommend finger pressing those so that they lay flat. If we had more than, I mean, I'm super grateful we also have a sewing machine because
I don't even know how it's working, but
yeah, I think it's a solar powered situation.
Gotcha.
So
makes sense. Yeah, I see that.
So it's clean energy, so that's good.
Yeah.
Back at my little tent, I use a rock to do my finger pressing. So I just leave it out in the sun a little bit, and then I just use it on my... I made sure it was really smooth so it wouldn't snag my fabric either. But I forgot to bring my rock all the way back over here today.
So is it like a smooth rock? Or
Yeah,
is
it's super smooth. It was one that you could like skip. Like it's nice and smooth. So.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna hurry and finger press this one down just a little bit. I had to get my nails done before I came on the island because I knew I would break so many nails if I didn't have them done. But okay, so here is where we are going, and this is where I started. I was like, okay, what do I want to do with this? Do I want to do strip piecing? Do I want to just keep it like this? Or do I want to do something a little bit different? So what I decided to do is make it a 9-patch. So I decided to sew all of these together. So Jennifer is awesome at sewing, and she is gonna do this real quick. So while you've been on the island, what is your favorite thing to do so far?
Hang out with you in the studio here, sewing. That's my favorite.
Oh.
Well, also just relaxing in the shade between competitions is probably the best. And
Yeah.
habit, I just reverse stitched, not necessary at all.
Got to keep them in there. It's got to be stable. Yeah. This morning I was walking around the island and I was looking for food, and I found a couple coconuts.
Nice.
So I had a little bit of that, but I am not a fan of coconuts. But I mean, if that's the only thing you got, you got to deal with what you got.
So have you found any good recipes to use with the food you found here on the island?
No, I forgot to bring my cookbook. Dang it. Okay, so now that Jennifer has freaking killed it and done this, we're gonna finger press it real quick, and then I'm gonna go into more detail on how I decided what I was gonna do. So with this, I also had these pieces of fabric with me, and I had a bunch of these squares, and I was super grateful for them. So I was thinking, okay, they're not the same size, of course. Do I want to put it over and cut around and have these strips? And I just kept thinking, and I had no idea what I wanted to do. So instead, I thought, let's make it a little bit more wonky.
I'm all about that.
And so I flipped this so that it would be more in like the diamond shape. And then I placed it on top. And I lined up from this seam, this corner, to this seam. And then I pressed it down, and then I did the same. I had this corner lined up and that corner. So how that creates it is I just can cut on the sides. Also, if you don't have your squares already cut out and you don't know the size, take measurements, and you can also grab out your handy dandy square ruler. These are awesome, and our True Grips with these, it's a necessity on the island. You cannot come out here without it. So I actually am gonna use it to show you how. We're gonna move that off to the side a little bit. So I'm gonna line it up again. Okay, and that looks good to me. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna line it up. Then we're gonna grab our 45mm comfort cutter. So smooth, so easy.
And we are a little spoiled here on the island. With all the things we don't have, like food, we do have the best cutting supplies here.
Exactly. I mean, who wouldn't want this?
Maybe I'm okay being stranded here for a little bit longer.
Yeah. If I can DoorDash a couple things, I would greatly appreciate that. So what have you been eating on the island?
You know, the best of foods. I'm making salads from the dandelions that I found in the little...
Oh, nice.
Not many of them have found that little area, but found a patch of fiddle ferns as well. So
Fiddle ferns. I don't even know if I've heard of a fiddle fern.
Yeah, they're edible. They're great. The fanciest of restaurants put those in their salads.
Do they really?
They really do.
Interesting. You learn something new every time you're out on the island with Jennifer.
Yeah, it'd be handy if my husband was here too, because he's a chef, so he could totally get us, you know.
Oh, that would be really nice.
Then he could be our cook, and then we could sew all day.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Yeah, I think
that would be so nice. All right, let's see the reveal. So, have a square on top, pull it off, and here we go. Here's the little wonky design that I decided to do. Super fun. I like it how it doesn't look uniform, but it is.
Yeah.
So
I love a wonky, whatever it is. I've got some wonky things I'm gonna show too. But
so basically, I went through and I sewed this. So Jennifer, if you want to sew that for me real quick.
Absolutely.
So I want to know from our other survivalists here what you would bring. What are your necessities for your Quilters Survival Guide? Because I know what I have mine. I know I need my True Cut, always. I need my sewing machine. If I can, I'm bringing my cutie frame. I'm bringing my 19. I'm bringing all the stuff. So that's in mine.
Yeah.
And finesse thread, of course. You always need your thread.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
So I'm
recently on another trip that I had to find a way and actually manage to, well, look at us. We cobbled together a sewing studio right here, but
yeah,
you'd be amazed the things that you could probably do without, but the things that are super essential are those good tools that make life easier.
Yeah. Okay. So here is our sort of finished project. So I decided to do a bunch of these and I created a ton of them. So my final project came out to be, we can move this a little bit. So here is where I'm at for my final project. It is not all the way done yet. I still have more squares to go, but this is what I'm thinking so far. I think this will be a good blanket for me to keep me warm, even if it's only to keep my feet warm, because that's one of the most important parts.
Absolutely. I like how the squares go different directions too, so it adds a little bit of play in movement in it. That is awesome.
Yeah.
That's so fun.
Super fun. Well, after I had this, I was thinking of more ideas because I had more scraps. So as you guys saw when I was cutting, I had all these tiny little scraps as well. And
no
these
scrap left behind here on the island.
No scrap left behind. So I wanted to figure out what I wanted to do with these. So I was like, okay, easy. Let's sew them together, right? Let's just put them all together and start making this circle shape. So I decided to do that, and I sewed them all together, and then I created this.
That's so fun.
I think it turned out really cute. I did not like the center that it brought. It was super bulky that I found.
Yeah, that's a lot of seams that are going to meet up in the center.
Yeah, so I decided to cut it out. It doesn't look the prettiest, but I decided to cut it out, and then I took another square block and I just appliqued it on.
So it's kind of a play on a Dresden plate, if you think about it. You've got your wedges, but you did yours in a square, so you're going to piece it into something. But on a Dresden, you end up with the circle applique piece in the center, but it has all those wedges all the way around. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. I don't know
so
if I've ever
you didn't
seen
even know
that.
it, but you were innovating on a classic block. So
yeah,
it's
I'll
so
totally
good.
act like I knew what I was doing and like not going
It's
by
a Dresden.
by the seat of my pants. Yeah, so
That's awesome.
That's
That's so
usually
fun.
that's what I have so far. I'm excited to see how big I can get this blanket to be.
Yeah.
But I want to see what you've done.
Okay.
You're the teacher here. I learned so much from Jennifer every day. So I wanna know what you did and what scraps you found on the island and.
Well, here's the thing. I think I did a little better than you on finding scraps, but maybe it's because I stashed them in my bag as I went, because I was like,
wow.
So yeah, I have a couple more scrappy items, but that's fine. But I also found some that were miraculously already pre-cut to a 5-inch square.
Wow.
Which is kind of amazing.
That is really nice.
So I'm going to show a little bit of kind of a crumb piecing or scrappy piecing.
What is the difference between crumb piecing and scrappy piecing?
Well,
is there one?
I think it has to do with the improvisation level of it.
Okay.
I will show you in a minute, like some sincerely all the way to crumb piecing. You can find people that will do it to extreme levels where they're sewing down to 1-inch squares onto things.
Wow.
And then just creating bigger and bigger pieces of fabric from it,
Cool.
which is that end goal. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a star. So I'm going to add triangles to the corners of my fabric. And if you are not one that, I just want to add it here to the corner, if you're not one that can just figure out exactly and trust it to have enough fabric to the end, I've got a trick for that too. Let me move it here so you can see it. Okay, so if I want it to cover this area right here, I can actually, I'm going to do this with a pen just so you can see it. You can take this and say that's the coverage that I want, and I know that my fabric will cover that. So I'm just going to actually make dots on this level so I know where I want the edge of my fabric to be. And I'm just going from a little over half the center to about 3/4 of the way up my block on this one. Then I'm going to go 1/2 inch down from that. I know it sounds weird, but here we go. On those dots, I'm going to go 1/2 inch down.
Okay.
And then I'm going to place my fabric along that line right there. So now my seam line is going to be here at the 1/4 inch. And so it's actually going to cover, you could do it at a 1/4 inch, it's going to cover that, but then I have a line.
That is so smart.
The number of times that I've done it and haven't quite reached the corner where I wanted it to be, although I have another technique of filling in to make that happen.
Yeah. Do you pin a lot when you sew?
It depends. So I definitely like to use pins when it comes to matching points. That is definitely something I like to do. So I'm going to do this other side with this fabric.
Okay.
And I'm going to do it a little bit more haphazard without actually, I know that this piece is plenty big. So they don't have to be at the same angles as each other. We just want to make sure, I need to put this out here so you can see it too. They don't have to be at the same angle. We just want the coverage. So I want to get to a point here in the center, and then I'm also coming about that around that 3/4 up. So with this kind of scrap piecing, I do not tend to do a lot of pinning, but when it comes to matching seams, I totally do.
You do?
Mm-hmm. That's one of the joys of quilting, is when you open up a block or something and then
it's not matched up perfectly and you, because I get to that point a lot and I'm like, do I want to unpick it? And depending on the project, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I totally meant to do that. It totally adds flair to it. But sometimes
totally intentional.
Yeah. Sometimes I do have to unpick, and that's the price of quilting.
So I also flip this to the back like you did.
Okay.
And you can clearly see my bobbin thread now, because if I was at home, I would use the same color bobbin thread all the way around. And then I'm just going to square this up to match up to the size of my original block that I'm using, because I'm going to use that size as my guide.
Awesome.
It's just going to be the consistent size in my project.
So what inspired you to do this? Why did you choose to do this type of crumb piecing and scrap?
Well, let me show you. Well, it just is super simple for me. Like, just grab a thing and flip and go. Then it's a fun way to add color. And when it all comes together, it's like I want to show you, but I don't want to show you yet. I'll show you in just a second. So I'm going to do 4 blocks. I would do 4 blocks that look just like this, but I'm just going to, I actually separated out my colors. So this one is going to have all pink. They're all different. Well, they may be all different. I don't know. It's from the stash of scraps that I stuffed in my bags. So
nice.
So just doing 4 of those, but you can also change it up and use scraps like this that are sitting in your bag.
Ooh,
that are in your scrap stash at home. So when you get home, you can try this. Or when
we get off the island.
If I'm voted off, you can have my stash.
Ooh.
Just saying.
Ooh, that might be a...
I would totally give it to you. Anyway, so we can use the scrappy bits like this and add them to the edges as well. So that would be just as simple if we line it up on the edge and then we sew and then we're gonna flip and it covers it really nicely. But if you're doing one, here's probably the bigger trick. Let's see if I find a smaller one. If I'm using a smaller piece and I'm like, oh yeah, I've got this. Since this piece is this big and I've already cut it out here, I'm gonna add a piece to the end of it to make it a little bigger. So I could take any piece and sew it to the edge. And this is where crumb piecing really comes into play right here, is when you're using any of those little bits and scraps and making it insanely scrappy.
Yeah.
The only thing you want to make sure of is when you're about to sew it on something else is you want to even up the one edge.
Gotcha.
So if it's nice, this one actually is pretty straight, but if it was not, I would just lay my ruler on top.
And why do you want it straight? Is it just to help with
just to help line it up for me, so that I can put a decent seam on there. So I want to do this angle right here, so I'm going to place just this whole scrappy piece on top, and I'm going to sew right here at 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
I think it's...
Did I flip it too many times?
I don't know. That is hard.
It's white on white. We're going to run with it.
Will work.
You can use it both ways.
That is true. Way to go, you, for finding the best fabrics to flip both ways.
And this one I actually put on a little bit deeper, and it's going to go all the way to the top. So I'm not going to get a big point at this end, but when I flip it, I've got this fun stripe going on here.
I really like
at the
it.
base.
It's fun. It's new.
And then if you're going to go ahead and do that next step to remove this, you'll see how cute it is to have. Man, I need my iron rock. That would be so helpful right now.
It would be so nice.
I'm not going to hike all the way back up to my...
To your little camp?
Yeah.
Mine's just like down the corner around that big palm tree, so. Mine's not too far, but...
But do you have an iron rock?
No, I don't have an iron rock. So Jennifer's got me beat on that. I think I need to come move to your site.
I know. Yeah, you're welcome to. But look how fun and cute just having...
I love it.
Because that's its own block, even if you didn't do the extra side of the star that I'm talking about.
So what do you do with this piece?
Okay, that's a good question. So like if you've ever paper pieced or anything like that too, what I like to do is, because, you know, our resources, I go ahead and chop that piece off, and then I'll use this later in another project.
And then it lays flat. That's so smart.
Yeah.
Jennifer, this is awesome. I'm learning so much from you.
I know a couple things. Anyway, so I turned, so this one is just more of a scrappy version, but I turned that into, and then I'll show you another technique that I did. This wonky star.
Oh, it's so cute.
So this one I was working a little bit more with strips. And so this strip wasn't quite long enough, so I added a second piece to it. And this one, I just barely missed it. And you see that tiny little itty bitty piece of yellow?
Yeah.
I just added just enough, and there's actually an itty bitty blue right there. Anyway, so, and I like the play on colors as well, that I'm using the neutral quiet back with the bright scrappies from my favorite quilts and favorite past projects. So it's almost like a memory quilt as well.
Yeah, it's super cute. And I like how the scraps that you did choose work together color-wise. And I can tell that you were very intentional on what scraps you chose to use with which other scraps.
Yeah, I think we find that in our stashes, we tend to have all the colors that we love because they're the ones we quilt with the most, right? So those are ones that I absolutely love. So here's another version of it, not quite as scrappy, but in a different color way that is totally fun. So this is just the wonky star. This one not quite nearly as scrappy, but a total fun use, because each one of these, are a little bit different spaced.
Yeah.
And it's totally fun.
And I love how you don't have to measure and line it up to the center of it, and it still looks good.
Right. And then you can square it up and piece it together. I think for mine on these, I'm gonna make a bag that I can carry the coconuts in.
That's
and so,
so
I can
smart.
go and gather, maybe I'll put it on a gathering apron.
That's
so that I
so
can go
smart.
and gather my fiddle ferns for my
Your
salad
fiddle
tonight.
ferns.
So. It's a real thing, Maddie. Come on.
Apparently it is. I had no idea. There's so many things that I learned with it.
All right, do you want to see a legit crumb piecing?
Oh yeah.
What I don't want to call them extreme crumb piecers, but there are some that are extreme crumb piecers.
Yes, I do.
So one of the things they do is they get the littlest of pieces. And let's start with, I'm going to start with a strip. And then I'm just going to grab a bunch of other pieces.
Okay.
That happen to be in my stash. And I'm just going to run this one down. And I'm just going to add pieces as I go. So I can add as many as I want and use all those little scraps up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll find another piece that was just sitting here. And this one actually has two different
Oh,
pieces
yeah.
on it. This was cut off from that last piece that I just did.
Yeah.
Crumb piecing is definitely an innovation of those who just like using every single one of their resources, and I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, that one. I'm actually going to put this one underneath just because I'm going to cut it off in a second anyway.
Awesome.
So the more we add, we're going to end up with a strip, and then we're going to cut those into pieces, and then we're going to sew more. So
okay.
So now I have one strip that looks kind of wonky, although we could make flags to flag for help or to be like, send more
Yeah,
fabric or
that's
whatever.
true.
But we would press these out
Mhm.
and then we would cut these into pieces that can use for the next round. So we just want to get another straight cut here and move it down.
Oh, we really need that ironing rock right now.
I know, the ironing rock would be the best. Anyway, so we're just gonna take these pieces and then we can just add more pieces and more pieces to them. And it's just gonna create bigger pieces of fabric. So that's what the legit
crumb piecing
is. I like a hybrid to use and make these smaller pieces into bigger pieces like this. And then you can piece them all together.
These
you can
are
even
so
do long
fun.
strips. There's so many things you can do with.
Yeah.
It's so good. Anyway, I'm excited about all the things we get to
Mhm.
sew together and the alliances that we're going to like.
Yeah, I'm so excited. And I've learned a lot with crumb piecing, and I think I'm gonna try more of it. The more that I go on, because I have this big bucket of scraps just sitting in my quilting room. I can't get to it right now, but I know I can use them, and I always am so scared on what to do.
Mhm.
But I definitely know I need to try crumb piecing.
It's not quite as terrifying to cut into the crumbs as it is the pretty new fabric that you bought.
Yeah.
So just jump in and play with it. You can spend time in it.
Mhm.
So,
All right. Well, I think I'm exhausted. I think I'm gonna go try and gather up some more food, or maybe even take a nap.
All right.
We'll see. We'll see. But I'm so glad that we formed an alliance, and this Quilters Survival Guide, I'm learning so much, and I'm so excited to see all the other challenges that are coming up.
And we want to see what you guys do with it too. So
Yes.
please share and maybe tell us who we need to help vote off first.
Yeah. I'm glad that you guys joined us for Summer Camp Survival Island. We are so excited to see what comes next, and we will catch you next time.
Warm day. The breeze is not blowing as strong as it has been in the past few days, but I will tell you, Italy is safe. Ebelray is not. So there was a voting that happened. So thanks for being with us. As you join us, if you've been with us all day, thank you for streaming. If you're just joining us, we have some great information that we're going to talk about as we continue to discuss and finish this day with, we have an amazing announcement that we're going to be doing here around 2:50ish. But really, the stress is high in this room because we're going to have somebody who will be cast off. And from this team, our last event, what we did is we had a chance to have somebody talk about a drawing. We drew it on a tablet, and then we let the automated system, QCT, quilt that pattern out, in which Italy received immunity from this voting session. So with this, we're going to start with this, and then we're going to move right in actually to our last challenge of the day for Survivor Island. So I'm going to go ahead and, if I can have the names, and let's take a list of this and see, based on those who have their names in the bucket. And this is intense because the competition will end for somebody on this team. Okay, here is the first one as we take a look at this. And which camera do we have here? This is the first name, Jarek. Jarek, we do have your name as one of those votes. We're going to reach in. Vote number 2. Who is vote number 2? And before I do this vote, let me quickly ask, Julie, you were talking about there might be some bias or something. What were you saying earlier?
Well, Regis, I'm feeling like there's going to be some ageism here. And
ageism?
Yes, I'm 115 versus 20-year-olds.
Okay.
Everyone vote for me, please.
Okay, intense. Allie, again?
I feel pretty confident. I think I'm safe, so.
Safe, feeling confident. Jarek, now we do have one of the names of yours there.
I'm comfortable with the outcome.
Okay. Again, I'm glad I can see you. You're not hidden with the beautiful array of foliage around us. So, okay. All right. Name number 2. Julie. All right. One more vote here. As I take my hand in here and we look at this one, the question is, 2 are safe, 1 will not be safe. And as we look at this name, Julie, you are safe.
I am safe?
You are safe.
I am safe.
Okay. Safe. All right. Jarek, you are not. Wait, where did Jarek go? Anybody see Jarek? Jarek, it is time for you to leave your tribe here. You are cast off.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. There's still some tension. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good.
I'm feeling great.
That's what you felt the outcome was already going to be. You're there. Okay, so stay with us because we have another great experience. We're going to do another challenge for this group. I'm going to go ahead and move to the back, and I'm going to explain what this challenge is, if we can all kind of come and look at what's in front of us here. In front of us, we have a table. We have several Grace Company tools. These tools are our cutters, our True Cut cutters, and our rulers. We have pins, fabrics, circle cutters, and some tape. We have several other things. So the thing will be right now is we're looking to create a way for you to flag. Oh, sorry. I'm forgetting. Based on what this is right now, we have a change that we're going to use because no longer LJ are you and Melinda going to be able to work together in order to accomplish or challenge the opposing team. We're switching this up because no longer are we going to be doing team initiatives. We are now going to move this to individuals. We will move and merge this into one tribe, which I will say is Italy Ebelray is going to be the name of this new tribe. And now we will work as independents. So now any one of you can we will find one immunity by the person that I will choose who wins this competition. The other 3 will be then voting and including that, and we will then have somebody else who will be cast off. And then come back tomorrow, because tomorrow we will then cast it off with a few last challenge that we have for this group. But the plan is, if there was a boat or a plane that's flying by, you need to be able to create a flag or something that we can hold in the air or display so that if the wind blows, it doesn't fall apart. So there's a couple requirements. It has to be at least 1 foot in size. This flag does. This flag needs to have at least 3 different color fabrics in those items. We're also looking to make sure that they have one recognizable image in the middle. And what that means, if we were to look at it, I'm like, oh, it's a bird, it's a tree. look, it's an airplane. Okay, no. But we're gonna need something identifiable in the middle so that we understand that that kind of represents you for whatever that is. And we are going to flap that around and make sure that it does hold together. So it needs to be strong enough to hold the test of a little bit of wind that we get here on this island periodically. I will choose the winner. We will do a flag test. Again, remember pins, tape, fabrics, cutters, and tools. With this, we only have 5 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and start that clock now. As they do this, they are using some of the True Cut tools, which have great ergonomics. They also have that locking, tracking guide. We gave away one of our True Cut, our travel kits earlier today, along with a couple of the combos that they're using. They also are cutting on the True Cut mats. And again, they need to be at least 1 foot long. So when you're done, you need to have at least 1 foot long, 3 color fabrics, and it also needs to have 1 recognizable item on it. And as it's recognizable, it needs to be able to hold together so that it can flap in the wind without falling apart. Okay. Looks like they're working quite well. Allie has a polka dot, and it looks like a star and polka dotted fabric, and LJ's chosen green, and there's stripes going up that. Julia, you were safe.
Oh, there's no blade.
Let's check, open up the safety. There is a safety on this. Let me check underneath that it's usable for you. You are good to go. Safety is now open. The circle cutters do have safety mechanisms so that if you travel with them, the blades don't decompress and they don't get cut into an area. So they do have safety. So that safety was down on that as she went to cut her circle. There she goes, cutting her circles out. Look how easy that circle cutter works. If you've never seen the Grace Company, the True Cut circle cutter, it is phenomenal. Works incredibly well. It cuts up to 4 layers of fabric at a time, actually. We have Melinda over here. Even though she's been bruised and scuffed up from the event, it looks like she's moving along quite well. Trying to understand what she's looking through, looking for fabrics, looking for some tools. She just took the circle cutter. Over here, Allie's getting out the tape. Tape, remember, it needs to be strong enough that that tape holds, that it doesn't release from the fabric, so the flag does not fall apart. LJ, cutting out the middle. My guess is that LJ has identified her center item, which is a fire, which is what I'm guessing, a fire. I do see her recognizable item, and she's now looking at pinning. We got to cut it. We got donuts being cut over here from Melinda. Straight cutting happening from Julie. Allegra is continuously building and adding a few things together. Okay, we're down to about 2.5 minutes, just as a flag, 2.5 minutes. We do not have a lot of time. Even if you have some things, maybe start sticking them together if they're at least 1 foot long. Remember, recognizable item, staying together, and colors on fabrics, which I'm looking like we're getting. Okay, working well. Again, as they're doing this, there's a lot of anticipation here, a lot of angst, some anxiety, some potential stress. The competition is steep as we are now in the individual competition here. Everybody is on the line of potentially being cast off or voted off of the island. Again, as you're joining us, know that as we go through today, you can have accessed our etched platform for the videos that we played earlier. So you can access those along with the patterns and the plans and the descriptions. If you go to graceframe.com, you can then take the chance to go watch those later on. Or if you're joining us now, know that you can watch those if you go to Graceframe. Come back tomorrow, as tomorrow we have the finishing segments of this with a lot more great information. And we have an amazing announcement that will change, in essence, the way we connect with customers and their tools in quilting and in sewing. This team's name is Italy Ebelray. This new team is Italy Ebelray, which is also a foreshadowing of what we will be announcing here at about 2:50 p.m. LJ's now going along. Looks like she's doing and tying. That's a clever way of doing that. We're down to 58 seconds. Down to 50 seconds. Good, good. I will measure, so we do need to make sure there's at least a foot on one of the lengths on this. Julie is moving over. Okay. I'm looking at that. Looks like there might have been a couple letters. Allie is over there working on hers. Melinda. Okay, yours is looking like it is long. I'm guessing that is connected together. the shape that we are looking at. She's cutting out a few different things inside of it. She has used the square rulers with our My Comfort cutter, the 60 millimeter cutters. She's used the circle cutters. We've had people free motioning with our small 28 millimeter blades. These ergonomic handles make it easy and so great to manipulate the cutters in those spaces. Okay, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and hands up. There we go. Hands up. Done. Hands up. Okay. There we go. Let's take a quick look at this. Okay, we are going to go ahead and let's start over. Allie, let's have you hold up yours and let's show everybody what we've got. There we go. And by the way, I'm going to say 3 fabrics and there is a star in the middle. Is that a starfish or just a star? No, I'm just kidding. Just a star. Just a star. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, LJ?
All right, mine's fire, and it's got a little flow in there, you know?
There you go. Love the little tassels. And again, you do have by tying those on is the 3rd color along with the fire. And again, I will come back and we'll do a measurement just to make sure everybody fits into this 1 foot. Oh, good. Here's Julie. What is yours showing us?
So mine is
SOS.
And in case I didn't make the requirement, this is a life.
Sorry, go ahead. So SOS one more time.
SOS, and my image is a life buoy?
Rat.
No,
Buoy?
rat, what is that?
Like the safety ring would be what it is. SOS here, I guess. Okay. Good. Great. Great. All right. And Melinda.
All right. So I have my flag. It's the 12 inches. I have the circle. Well, it's a ring, actually, this way. And then the bright sun that is more like a diamond shape on my flag.
Wonderful. So that's like a ring that we would put on our finger, a wedding ring or something that has a decorative piece on it. Wonderful. So those are them. Okay, I'm going to say, based on the recognizableness, this is in the middle because we can recognize definitely the SOS. So I would say that's what we work. Love the star. Allie's, we've got that. Allegro. We've got the fire and we've got a ring. Okay, colors. We definitely have the 3 different colors. Now it is the chance to see if they're going to stay together. Oh, let's get the measurement. Here is the ruler. This is our 3x18 ruler. We will look at the 12-inch mark, which is going to finish right here at my finger. We're going to go ahead and lay that across. And on this one, hers is right at 13 inches. You can't see it's 12 to 13, so that one passes. Moving over to LJ, hers is right at 14 and a half. And Julie's is 13, right at 13. And we got 2 ways on this. I think the longer way for Melinda is, again, 13 is what we've got as far as the length. So we did pass the test. Okay, let's get the cameras up here because this is the intense part. I am going to pick and we are going to flag and wave. I will have you do that. This is my requirement. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's go start with Allie. 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks like we're good. Still together. Good thing we had some pins on that outside that stay together. All right, LJ. 3 waves. Oh, that looks pretty sturdy. Give me 3 more. You can brag a little bit on that. Oh, there we go. Okay, solid flag. Solid flag. Okay. Julie.
You didn't say how hard.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay, wonderful. Okay, I will just do one more. 2. Oh! That did stay. That was some luck with the tape. I thought that was coming aside. So I am choosing a winner on this one. I am going to say if I were going to hang a flag that I were going to count on for the next week, I am going to select LJ's for what this is. I think it was an interesting combination of also leaving some of the fabric while slicing it and then adding some things to create actually a dimension to some of that bottom as well. Everybody has a great job. I will select and LJ will become the winner of this process. So you then have immunity from this next piece as we are going to prepare. And just so you know, we will be doing some voting and coming back tomorrow morning, we will have somebody else who will be cast off. So as we continue, there's a few things that we would like to have. As we kind of wrap up part of today, I wanted to share another bit of where you can find a lot of this information. I want to share another HBQ story with you here as we finish the day. If I'm correct, we got one more story to read. We have some giveaways that we want to do, so stay with us because we do have our end of day giveaways that we have, and we do have for those that are joining with us. So again, stay with us as we do so. I wanted to do a shout out on our social media. Again, let's kind of put some of those up there really quick if we're okay, so that you guys can know you can join and subscribe and then follow us and like us on our different platforms. Again, know that at graceframe.com, we have the new live etched platform, okay? Etched Together, which is where we have all of our content, a lot more that you probably haven't seen if this is your first time. We have gone back to the first event that we did in the fall time 3 years ago, and we've been able to compile and build those videos along with their contents and their patterns. If you've ever wondered and you own a Grace product, we've included other things for the computer automation, information, and education. We have tech support tips on there. We've got a lot of wonderful things, new education from the ambassadors, so it's a platform full of wonderful content for you. And again, everything that we see here, you can go and access that right now today. That is live for you to do. Then again, if you're not registered at graceframe.com for our event, know that we continue to select from the registrants of this event for those that can win, and then we do some of those live. Right there, Yvonne is saying, what a creative game, that was fun. Absolutely, you all knocked it out of the park. So there is some congratulations to everybody across about that. And so with that, let me go ahead and read the story that I'd like to share. And again, this is the HBQ, so our home-based quilter community. And we have been loving all of the stories that you've been sharing. And again, this is not, a lot of people ask, does this need to be, if you have to have a Grace product, you need to own something like that? And the answer is no, you do not. It's meant for anybody that wants to join this community in order to find success with what that is. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this last story from Julia from Galt, California is what it is. And she says, I started quilting because as a seamstress, I love to create, but for the last several years, I've done more mending and altering than creating. Again, that happens sometimes, is you don't get to use your creative wheels there. A friend of my husband's mother passed away. Her name was Shirley a couple years ago, and she was a vivid quilter. Her son knew I sewed and asked if I'd be interested in any of her stuff. Boy, did she have stuff. I was hesitant at first, not knowing the first thing about quilting. Fortunately for me, Shirley had started an underground railroad quilt and had all of the cutting and the labeling done. So impressive the amount of work she had put in just to get it ready to sew. She had a few squares sewn together. So with my very useful instruction book, I was able to complete the 16 square quilt in about 6 months. I was also given an Ulmer's quilter's rack, so I learned hand piecing as well. Not sure what my next quilt will be. So many choices. And so thank you very much, Julian, for sharing your story with us as we've done that. So really wonderful to have all those home-based quilters doing this. However, what we're going to do is we're going to interrupt part of this event that we've got going right now, this Survival Island. We did a competition, we're going to come back, but we have literally to the date, I've been here for 17 years, one of the biggest announcements that we have ever made is happening now. We brought this actually a day ahead. Some of you might have heard this, and there might be emails going out because we did share this with our dealers. We are going to continue to talk about this announcement tomorrow, and it is a product that is something unlike anything that you've seen, and how we've taken a combination of what you'll see here.
I'm Justice Daniels, the Director of Marketing here at Grace Company. I'm very excited to present to you the Little Rebel. As you saw in the trailer, we believe this machine is going to change the world. We can't wait to get it into your hands and see what you create with it. Pre-orders for the Little Rebel will begin on August 1st, and they'll go through September 30th. We have 3 tiers of bundles designed specifically for you. For those of you who are gonna want just a little rebellion, our first tier option is going to be perfect for you. It includes the Little Rebel and an exclusive limited edition comfort cutter. You can get all of that for only $24.99. For those of you really about shaking up the system, our second tier is going to be amazing. It's gonna have the Little Rebel, our exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, a merch bundle exclusive to the Little Rebel launch that has a home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and on top of all that, free shipping to get it to your door. You can get all that for only $27.50. Our final tier is full-on anarchy. It includes the Little Rebel, an exclusive limited edition My Comfort Cutter, our merch bundle, which has the home-based Quilter fabric bag, a Change the World Little Rebel mug, a 4-pack of finesse thread, a 9.5-inch square ruler and true grips, HBQ stickers, and our new cutie frame, the Cutie Breeze. On top of all that, we'll deliver it to your door with free shipping. You can get all of that for only $31.89. Now, if full-on anarchy is not enough for you, you can add our new QCT quilting automation to the bundle and make the full bundle price only $49.99. So whichever bundle you get, we just can't wait to see how you will be fearlessly creative with the Little Rebel. See you soon.
Now, isn't that exciting? I am seriously, woo! This has been a process that we have had underway for probably over 3 years, something we dreamed about 5 to 6 years ago. Customers ask us all the time, Nathan, when we started, we had a 15. They're like, hey, can you make better long arms? As we've done this, quilters keep on asking, hey, is there something else you can pair with me as I get into this quilting world? They're like, I need more space in my machine. I need it to run faster. I wish it had built-in stitch regulation. I wish it had an M-class bobbin. I wish it had all of these controls. I wish I could get it with an automated system. And all of these things are available on this new, if you think about the team's name, Italy Rebel, our little rebel teams. You can become part of the Little Rebellion by getting and seeing a little bit more about this. So we're super excited. We've got a lot more information coming. We've been anticipating this and holding it back for quite some time. And so we are going to be moving into the pre-orders. I would say, if you have other interest, maybe Google this tonight to see what comes up, because we do have a couple of our dealers that are in this same process and have some information as well that they can help you participate in this exact same amazing struggle. So I just want to quickly go back. So everybody here, let me kind of just, I'm going to go across the room. Tell me a little bit about what your thoughts are as you've heard and as you've known this Little Rebel was coming to market. Now, it is a quilting and a sewing machine, meaning it does have feed dogs. It also has built-in stitch regulation, amongst other things. So what were your thoughts on that?
Is there anything I'm not allowed to say?
Say what you want. We're good.
Okay, okay. I don't want to spill the beans too soon.
Comments on what this is?
Yes. I've been waiting for this. I personally need a new sewing machine, and knowing that this one is in the works, being able to test drive it a few times, knowing all the features that come with it, knowing that it has a larger bobbin than a regular sewing machine is so exciting, and knowing that I'll be able to take it home and use it for both sewing and quilting comfortably is going to be amazing.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yes, I know it was really interesting. When we kind of released this, we started to see prototypes of what it would look like, and it was really neat. One time, showed somebody, and it was like they literally couldn't take their hands off of it. Like they literally were like sitting there like, this is amazing. You know, it's because they wanted to take it home right then. And I think we all see that excitement because, like Allegra was saying, it has that unique capability of sewing, but also being able to quilt with you. I think it's just really neat to be able to see something like that in the market.
Wonderful. We're going to pass it to Julie.
Okay, let me tell you, Merv, I have been waiting for this because I can do all of my sewing on a table, make all of my blocks, put it on my cutie, get that finished. I am so excited to finish all of those projects.
You know, I'm super excited. 1, I can sew on the machine. 2, I can quilt on the machine. 3, I can add QCT6 to the machine. More information to come about that. I love the length of the throat. I love the throat height. I just love everything about this machine. I'm so excited. I can't wait for it to come out.
I know. Well, then I thought it was kind of interesting. There was, I think it was Karen Smith. She says, not if you're still on the island. So we got to get off.
We got to get off the island. We got to get off the island. I'm going to just kind of go back through what we just saw, by the way, so that everybody understands. This is Grace's entry to solve the biggest challenge which our main customers have. A lot of you might own the cutie frame. As you've done this, you've used your domestic machine. You'll start to find that if you love quilting, you're wanting to find something dedicated to this. And this is that. It has 13 inches of throat space. It's tall, so it's about just as tall as our 16, so it makes it a lot easier for you to be able to move and manage the fabric. With that built-in stitch regulation, once you're done piecing, you hit a button, it has a plate, it knows what mode it's in, it automatically transitions and turns on the stitch regulation. You can do that free motion in a table. When you're done with that, as we mentioned with that new Cutie Breeze, which we'll talk about a little bit more, and as we continue with this, that frame can be stowed easily as well. And then the last thing that Justice talked about was an ability to add computer automation. We have a new low-cost computer automation that is coming out as well that simplifies quilting any size quilt on these frames up to king size in that small 4-foot space, and it does it all for you. And so we're super excited to put that all together. Again, you saw the machine at just under $2,500. You saw part of that first merch bundle at just under $28. We have the frame and the machine, so this means you get a fully stitch regulated 13-inch quilting system and sewing machine at that under $3,200. And adding automation for only $1,800 more, you can get a fully automated system in your home for $4,999, $4,999. Now, people, there are a lot of questions. I'm going to ask for you to go ahead and think about those. Come back tomorrow. We're going to be answering questions, sharing more information. We're going to have the physical machine here to show it off a little bit. And we're just really excited. So with that, the stress is still here. Somebody will be voted off the island. With that, LJ, you are the only one who has immunity from this vote. And when we come back, we will start tomorrow with that, along with some wonderful information and videos as we're doing that. We are going to conclude today with our giveaways as we're able to do so, and so we've been excited. Let's go ahead and have everybody stay with us as we do this. Our big giveaway that we're going to be doing. S. End of day. Here is our combo that we're going to be giving away. That we have, and let's go ahead and bring this up. This is what we call our True Sharp 2 combo. This has our electric rotary blade sharpener along with our biggest, largest quilting ruler, which is 6.5 by 24.5. It does have that patented tracking guide with our ergonomic cutter and the set of true grips that help keep that ruler in place, which keeps and creates accuracy. So we always say easy, more safe, accurate, safe, and easy on the cutting. And so that is what we're looking at with this one. Yes, this can sharpen the blades that you currently have on your other cutters. You can sharpen it for an incredible amount of time with diamond grit stones inside of there. Okay, so let's go ahead and announce our winner. We have it up there. It's Janet. We brought it up. There we go. Janet Znitch. Congratulations, Janet. We will reach out to you and allow you, we'll go ahead and find a way to get this to you. So with that, thank you for joining us. The tension is here. Survival Island is still going. Somebody, in fact, all of you will have to work to the end so that we find out who is the champion of 2003 Grace's Summer Camp Survival Island. Welcome. We'll see you again. Thanks, and come back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.